Hello, and welcome to D4, where I, Dustin,
And I, Devin, co-DM a 5th edition game of Dungeons
and Dragons.
Why?
What?
If you have been looking at our social medias, you'll see that the invitations have been sent out and received by Rhea Sunshine, Katie Downey, Ellie Collins, and Lauren Urban as Lucia Versprilli leads them on a hunt through the Velvet Lodge.
We are so excited to reveal the cast for our brand new original actual play coming soon. Be sure to follow us at Elder Int across all social platforms to learn more as things slowly get revealed. And make sure you tune in to the intermission tonight for the first look teaser trailer.
It's really cool.
Jesus.
The mists roll in from around the corner. A howl of a wolf echoes out, sending chills down your spine. A horde of bats rush past you as you look into the mist, swallowing everything around you in impending doom and darkness. The snort of heated breath from a horse's nostrils feels like it's breathing down your neck as you see the fire and embers glow from its eyes, and riding atop it is a pale man with a widow's peak, smiles at you with red eyes and long fangs, letting you know that the legendary edition of Curse of Strahd is coming back to Beetle and Grimm's as back-ordered and ships in June. So go order yours now and get this product that has been off the shelves for so long.
They're missing out on having people doing cosplays of Strahd deliver them. I'm just saying. That was very exciting.
I've come to give you my box.
I do not go, blah, blah.
Goblin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just ordering a set of dice from dieharddice.com.
She is.
The
She actually is.
the 7-piece RPG set, Mythica Shadow Crown. It is an absolutely gorgeous metal set that has sort of like raised sides on each face, and then down in the face of the die itself, it's like this bumpy texture, and the numbers are raised, which is kind of weird to see on a metal die like this. And they are painted in gold. It is chef's kiss. So I am buying the 7-piece set right now. They also have a Dire D20 that you can get, which is the big ones. They're really cool. They land with authority. And then they also have an 8-piece set, which gives you the Dire die and the regular set. So I was going to get the 7-piece set, but now that I know I can get them both for just a little more, we're going to do that. So head on over to dieharddice.com, get yourself some new dice, and use code D4BFGs or D4BFFs while you're there to get 10% off your order and help us out a little bit.
And get them now before Goblin buys them all.
Yeah. Okay,
Would that make it me since Ellie's not here?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, in that case, behold, it is I, Eldon Kevin, once again coming to you live here on D4, the only place that seems to have a camera into my basement. Yes, more powerful than ever, and I too am buying something. More spells for my powerful Eldon Kevin spellbook to make more powerful miniatures for you at Eldritch Foundry. All I need are, can I have the last 4 digits of your credit card number? Doesn't matter, we'll get it later! So, everybody pay attention to Eldon Kevin now! I have so many powerful things I can make for you! And if you want your own Eldritch Foundry miniature for your table, put in Eldritch, I'm getting confused, there's so many ways to get fantastic deals from Eldritch Foundry! Put in Eldritch in the chat for your chance to win an Eldritch Foundry miniature for yourself! Or put D4D&D to get 15% off your Eldritch Foundry miniature! I'd like to dedicate this ad read to Thomas, who I met in person, who for the few seconds I was outside of this actual place and was in some place where people could actually see me in public. I did not wear deodorant. My power spreads. The waft is powerful. Eldon Kevin.
Hashtag Voss did nothing wrong.
Oh, man.
Katie?
Let's go to Catkins for...
All right. Here's the deal. I'm gonna preface this with I wrote this just now. So, as in, like, we started the ad reads, I looked at the code and then I was like, all right, let's go. So, I'm not gonna sing well. 6:30 and I'm watching the D&D show in my flat all alone. How I hate to spend the evening. I forgot. You know what? Maybe should I commit to the bit or should I give up on
Always,
it?
Commit to the bit.
Always commit
There's
to the
no
bit.
such thing as a
I
bad
hate
bit.
to spend the evening on my own. Spring winds blowing outside the window as I look around the screen. Makes me so depressed to see the doom. There's not a soul out there. No one to hear my prayer. Doodle, 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 do. Gimme. And idle champions with brown around chest code. Won't somebody help me chase the shadows away? Gimme. And idle champions with the forgotten realms chest code. The break of the game.
I live.
The code this week is ABBA. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
My favorite part is the chorus, as you can tell. I did this thing where I kind of forgot how the song went. But I did my best.
You did good. You did very good.
You
And if you would like to
use the code below us, and you can have your Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms chest code that you want so badly to help as you are watching the D&D show in your flat alone at 6:30. How you hate being on your own. I'm never doing that again, okay?
You know, it was amazing. You have to do it every time now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take some voice lessons, okay?
Oh, it was great. It was legitimately awesome. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Rhea.
Hello.
Gotta mute
If
again.
you would like to support these wild shenanigans and represent us, like Eldon Kevin said, out in the questionably real world, you could head over to d4dndrpg.com. Sport our lovely merch that is incredibly soft and made with love by our merch moms. You could drink out of beautiful glasses that they were not blown by the merch moms, but they did everything else. So go over to d4dndrpg.com. And as you can tell, I still have no voice. So we'll see what happens next week with this. Bye.
As you can see, we are down in Ellie, as she is off having a wonderful time on vacation. We wish her the best, and we'll see her next week. But as such, please make sure you check out D&D Beyond for all of your digital D&D needs, including some free content from the movie Honor Among Thieves.
Hat.
Hat.
Really good. The movie was really good.
Dinda hat. Oh, go
But-
see the movie if you haven't. It's so fun.
Without further ado, let us immerse ourselves.
Into the Chronicles of D4.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Welcome back.
Last time on definitive defeat of a divested deputant. The BFGs fought Auntie Agnes, no longer empowered by her hag abilities after the party made some serious deals with Baba Yaga in order to scratch the former Green Hag's name from the Hex Mortis, also known as the Book of Cursed Fate, the Book of Hags. The deal also severely weakened the aberrant woman, but she tried to overcome this by dominating Baba Yaga's White Knight, the Bright Dawn, against the party.
Vinley reached out to Sahanin, and the Seldarine prayed for sanctuary against Agnes to end the charm set upon the night and heal those around her. Sadly, though, it did not save Karina's panic from visions of her past as she remembers encountering a similar creature before her world was destroyed. Surprisingly, the fight did not last long, despite the hag staying out of reach from most of the party and her allies, V using her new lightning javelin and Seisha landing a devastating blow. She was easily dispatched.
However, in her death, she called out to Shothragot and Ganadar to turn their eye in destruction towards Waterdeep once again, leaving the BFGs to dread if the malevolent and apathetic old gods showed pity or vengeance enough to hear her plight. With the deal completed, Baba Yaga and her horsemen left the party to their own devices to find their way out of the Mercandraw swamp. After being consoled by Vinley, who braved Karina's protective briar cocoon, Karina transported the group back to the heart of the Kaliak Dryad Forest. And there they called out to the new Queen of Air and Darkness, the Morning Queen Amla Ruil, for passage back to the City of Splendors.
It's my favorite queen.
When they returned, they found themselves only losing 2 days within the Feywild thanks to the deal Vinley made with the Gloaming Queen, now standing in the outskirts of Undercliff. Harold and Petunia recognized the area instantly and decided to take V to meet Petunia's parents, despite Petunia acting slightly peculiar since the interaction with the Hag Mother. The rest of the party decided to head towards the north gate that leads into the Field Ward, the closest entrance to Trollskull Alley.
When they arrived, they found that everyone entering was being searched and forced to pay the exorbitant cost of 5 gold per person for entrance and sanctuary within the Field Ward. Confused, Vinley tries to hide her undead, but is caught by a half-orc guard, and once confronted, they explain who they are.
Clarification, I was not caught by the half-orc. I was caught by one of the spotters in the trebuchet, and then he said something to the half-orc.
But saying who you are prompts a familiar ally, Grecht, to make himself known as he explains the new rules and safety provided to the people within the Field Ward. It is then that the party sees the dozens of guards brandishing the emblem of the BFGs known as the Bully Field Guard, all carrying pistols or long rifles. However, what is most surprising is the dozens of mechanical automatons also carrying these firearms.
And one small note to add to the visualization of that patch of the Bully Field Guard is the symbol of the BFGs was inset in front of a bull's head facing forward. But the field ward looks to be booming with life and newfound prosperity as they are escorted privately by Grecht and a garrison of 6 automatons through the thoroughfare directly to the upper tower's gate. After paying and explaining they only seek passage into the city. It is here where they learn that the city now belongs to Manchun, as he sits on the throne as open lord despite dismantling the masked lords. When asked about Voss, Grecht is elusive with his words and redirects the conversation, but alluded to everything the Field Ward has as far as protections and prosperity and unity since the fall of Waterdeep are all attributed to the efforts of Voss.
Meanwhile, Harold, Petunia, and V all crammed themselves into the small halfling home Petunia grew up in. There, her mother Gretel prepared tea and meat pies, while Reginald, her father, kept clamoring on and on about his past dungeon-delving adventures with his good friend, Dr. Jones. The group got small updates about the city, learning that most of the chaos had, luckily, not escaped into the small farming town of Undercliff. During the conversations, the family talked about the BFG's adventures to ever meet Petunia's siblings, stories about V, and hints at the parents' admiration for Harold, with subtle hints and hopes of something more developing with his and Petunia's relationship.
When they leave to meet up back with their friends, Harold confronts Petunia about her aloofness, which she passes off as nothing different than her normal demeanor. After a slow burn of questions and realization, it is clear to Harold that Petunia gave up a part of their relationship to some extent as part of the deal with Baba Yaga. Hiding his emotions, he puts on a brave face as they all meet up with the rest of the group, where they wait just inside the blockade barrier after ascending to Davil. They are told to rendezvous with the Guild of Thorns in the sewers in order to traverse quickly and quietly through the Manchun city streets.
When they arrive at the sewer cover for the alley, they split ways with their escorts and emerge into a thriving and packed area filled with refugees. When they turn the corner, they are met with a familiar face of Davil Starsong as he is addressing the masses about the return of the BFGs. And that is where we pick up tonight's story.
With you all walking into your tavern for the first time in many months.
I'm carrying Pixel
Yep.
from where I had chased her down.
Yep, yep. Coming in. And she's squirming,
Yeah.
trying to get out.
Yeah.
Is it like over the shoulder style?
Yeah, yeah. And then, and at some point, just
I'm walking in with Davil because I misty stepped up next to him because I did not realize he was giving a speech.
Yeah, as soon as you saw him, you tackled him and he held you. But you all are there. Karina says that she needs some time alone.
Sure.
You can still see that she's a little rattled from the fight with Auntie Agnes. Unsure as to what that may be from, you give her some space. You offered her the nook, and
then
you're
we would-
unsure if that's where she goes, but she disappears into the upper landings of the Spirits of Troll Skull. But you enter into this tavern, and it is alive as ever.
a lot of new faces. A lot of people you don't recognize. But bustling. And you enter in to almost awe as people just quiet and murmur and look.
You can tell that
visibly uncomfortable.
you can tell that where before the fall, this place, when it was bustling, it was all jovial, all fun. And although there is levity here, there is still a weight, and that is present across the entire city. People are thankful for this place, and you can see that as on their faces as they see you, knowing that through you and the Mythal you did created a safe haven in one of the few spots of the city.
I didn't even tell my sister.
I know what your next sending is going to be.
But you're walking in, and you, as you walked into the city, you did see a lot of the castle ward and a lot of the trades ward as far as you could see before the horizon made it just indistinguishable amongst the rubble. How many safe havens there are in the city? You do know that many people are loyal to Manchun now.
Saw a lot of their tattoos.
This is about to
You
be
saw the new guard isn't the city watch or the city guard. It is more so thugs and things like that that brandish the tattoos and capes and colors and the flying serpents of the Zentarum.
Also, the alley, though more bustling than before, it's not overrun. It's not like the entire city has squeezed into this.
Okay.
So
It's safe to guess there's more safe places throughout the city.
Or
if you were
you
judging,
can assume.
Oh, I assume everything. Okay.
you can either assume that, but there's a voice in the back of your head that just you saw specifically. You saw how many people fell in an instant, and it's hard to tell what the population is like. Because even when you were walking through the streets, although there were people walking about, it seemed a little bit more empty.
I kind of flip Pixel right side up again and just kind of clutch her. Hey, you want to light a fire?
That would be divine.
Yeah.
Let's go play with fire.
Oh, well, when you word it like that.
And I'll take her over to the fireplace and get a blaze going.
It's already going.
Oh, it is?
Oh,
okay, well,
yeah.
never mind then.
You
'Cause
see,
it's fall, like it's pushing
Yeah.
to winter, so
It's
the
almost
chill is.
That was
I mean,
about my next question.
yeah, it is
Autumn wind.
cold, and I mean, autumn in Waterdeep is, winter here. Like
Yeah.
it is. Winter is like
So still
4 or
tank
5 foot of
tops?
snow.
yeah, Waterdeep. For those that are from here, know that it experiences every season to its fullest extent. It is in that perfect area of Toril that is. It hits the beauty of and the boons and banes of every season. The
Yeah.
summers are hot but warm and beautiful, and the winters are frigidly cold and covered in snow. And you're just on the cusp of the claws of winter taking hold.
Do you know the date?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep, Uktar
You're
29th.
surprised at that?
Yep. Uktar 29th.
Thank you.
So does that
Well,
mean...
I track it.
Which, if you were to put it into real world terms, is November 29th.
So we have...
Oh, we're right before the Feast of the Moon. The Feast of the Moon is in 2 nights.
The what?
I feel
the
like I
Feast
should
of
know
the
what that
Moon.
is.
I feel like in-game V knows what that is. Out-of-game Katie Adkins does not know what that is.
Feast of the Moon is an annual festival occurring between the final nights of Uktar and the first day of Night All.
Okay.
It is the last great festival of the calendar year.
Okay.
It is basically signifying the beginning of winter.
More.
Okay, so it's like winter solstice celebration. Okay.
You would know that it is a time, and this kind of actually weighs heavily on you, that you've never really had to think about this until now. It is a celebration to honor ancestors and respect the dead.
Oh no. Okay.
As
Great
you,
timing.
Yeah, the only person that ever pushed into celebrating this in your family was your grandmother.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay, so V will realize this. We're all together right now, correct?
Correct. Yeah, everybody but
Okay,
Karina.
I just wanted to make sure I'm not like doing what I did that I do occasionally, telepathically communicate. Okay, V will kind of pause and be like, and I also want to clarify out of game that this is something that like everybody tends to celebrate. Like it's like a national holiday per se.
Yes.
Okay.
All across Toril.
So
Short
V
coast.
will
Beirut.
pause and say, I'm with the maybe with the conditions of the city, do you think people are really going to be like celebrating in 2 days?
And then Dab will say, I think now more than ever.
Yeah. During times of struggle, people will cling to what joy they can find. And you need that joy.
And this isn't a celebration of joy, this is a celebration of remembrance. So all of the people they've lost, they're gonna take the time to think about them and see. Dab will kind of stop. All the people they've lost.
I feel like this is going to be a lot more sad than it is happy.
It depends on how you remember the people.
I know, but it was just so recent.
Yeah.
You know, it's like having a giant service for everybody at once.
Well, as I always say, you can turn every somber moment into a celebration, as Seisha said. A celebration of remembrance, and I am sure many people in this city do not want to have their loved ones that survived wallow in pity and depression and enjoy the memories that they had with them. I know I will be singing many songs for people.
Oh, I can't wait to see that.
Have you not
our
heard
table
any of my
open?
songs?
No, I've never heard you sing.
Why would you? Go for it.
I don't give
Is our
out my
table
services for free, you know that.
I pull out 10 gold.
He laughs and he takes it. He'll start making his way to the stage.
Is our table open? Are we able to like sit at our table by the fire, or is it taken?
It is currently taken because you haven't been here.
It's like that episode of Friends where
Someone
people
else
were
is-
sitting in the sofa.
But
I'm just gonna go stand by the fire because I need it.
Same. And while I'm sitting by the fire, I'm also scanning for Fala if I happen to see their face at any point.
Not currently inside the tavern. It's still daytime.
Yeah.
So
Is the tavern door open?
it is not open all the time because the winter chill is starting
Keeping
to
it out.
but there are people coming in and out.
Every time it opens.
Yeah.
Like, not even trying to hide it. It's almost like half standing, like, oh, should I get it? Oh, okay.
Why don't you give them a sending?
I would, but
I think they'd be happy to see you.
I don't know if I'm going to need what little I have left.
Fair.
Davil, seeing you're constantly eyeing the door, will stop on his way to the stage and look at you and go, "They're still working. There's still so much to do in the alleyway." If you
Hey,
wanna go
Devil. I hate to interrupt. My folks, my brother.
They're here.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
How much
you-
healing do I get for going to the fire?
Same.
3d8 is what I believe it is.
I've got the
You have the
sheet.
sheet there.
Yeah.
Cool, great. As you are like resting up, you actually see Kara come over, and like in like the most like server-esque polite way, redirects the party at the table and says, "We have a much like a bigger, better table for you over here," and just subtly, nonchalantly clears y'all's normal table away. In order so that you guys could just sit down.
Gets
and
them
relax.
closer to Davil as he's settling out.
Singing, yeah, it's like, oh, front row table right here for you.
Love that.
It's 2d8 plus 3.
Okay,
I knew there was a 3
It's
in
a
there.
third level healing word.
Pure
Prayer of healing. Prayer
Yeah.
of healing, yeah.
12 points of healing.
Oh my god.
Hey,
That's
I'm at full.
15. 15 for me. I'm almost full.
So, and then Davil starts to play. If you pay attention, you notice that he's not playing a song that would be fitting for the Feast of the Moon. It's not a song of loss. But as all of his songs are, sounds upbeat, but if you listen to the lyrics, there is a haunting tone to them. And oftentimes it is about someone who is either sacrificing themselves or someone that is whose soul is lost to the hells.
And Harold, as you're sitting there listening, you actually see the kitchen doors open, and your parents come out carrying plates of food. As they have been working here, because they ran a bed and breakfast, and so this is second nature to them.
Turns out you pick up a few skills being con people.
Yep.
See, we
Yep.
didn't need Rhaenyra after all.
And you look up and you can see Davil just give you a wink as he's singing. And it takes him a second, but after they set up, they turn to just like survey to see if there any tables need bussing or anything, anybody needs anything, and they just stop when they see you.
I'll slowly stand up. I will put on a face, and I walk over. It's not much put on because I am happy to see them. But his life is kind of torn apart right now.
Sorry.
And he's going to
Petunia's bad.
come over, wait till they've given out the drinks and stuff, and then give them both hugs.
And they will both embrace you. And your dad, like your father, just like takes you and like just looks you over, makes sure you're good. And
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Like we'll like fix and adjust your coat and make sure you're proper.
I'm at 46 out of 92, so I'm actually beat to shit. But
You
I'm
look- yeah.
fine. Fine.
Don't tell us that you're fine when you're obviously not fine.
I'm mostly fine. You should have seen me before I sat by the
Oh,
fire.
is that blood on you?
Harold, come here.
It's not all mine.
I cast Lay on Hands for 35 points.
Oh, thank you.
Could someone close the tavern door, please? Jesus.
Sorry, doing it.
Draft blows in. Chill.
Wow.
It's so good to see it. And looks over at V. But why is my son so hurt?
Whoa. 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 Listen.
I don't know. Someone stab him?
You know what? Fair.
Listen. V does everything she can to protect me, and let's be honest with ourselves, I've always been a risk taker. So, it's kind of literally entirely on me most of the time I get hurt. But it's great to see you guys. Where is he? Where is he?
I believe he's at work.
Where does he work?
General Goods. Your brother, as a trickster as he is working at the most trickster store this alleyway has.
I think he's actually gotten quite a fancy for the owner.
Oh, that's a very wild age gap.
He has
I
a
think.
fancy for any young thing that...
That is true. He is.
That is very true.
It was a mess when Elvandria broke his heart.
Lily
well-
covers her mouth and moves away like, I'm not getting involved in this.
Harold's like, that was bound to happen anyway. There was a pretty enormous age difference there.
Yeah, she never showed any interest in him, so he just followed her around like a hurt puppy, and eventually she just kind of very bluntly said to leave her alone. But
sometimes you need that.
I
It
think
is
she'd
great
be
to see
good
you
for
guys,
him.
though. I really needed this right now.
And at that point, you hear "Help now!" and sorry. Again, he just embraces you again. How long are you here?
That's a great question.
We'll talk. We'll talk
yeah.
later. I've got Aura. I'm coming, Aura. You loving
both a wink.
fluff muffin, you, as he makes his way back into the kitchen.
He's a charmer.
I'm surprised he's not dead yet.
You never know. You don't know what the relationship's like.
I'm just...
He's a very handsome man.
Exactly.
He is, but I never...
You're not attracted to Harold's father.
He's not my type.
You're not attracted to Harold's
honey,
father?
he's everyone's type.
Damn. Not mine, but that's fine.
You're both wrong, and Harold's a spitting image. He's a handsome boy, and she pinches his cheek.
Harold is
come on,
everyone's
Mom.
type.
Come
Yes.
And,
Once she heads back into the back, Harold turns and is like, I'm way more handsome than my dad.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you.
Are we... Never mind.
So, what do we do?
Well... The festival sounds nice. If we have time for it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what we're here to do is going to take...
Too long.
I was gonna say too short.
Hi, Leaf.
you see Leaf flying around above everyone.
Oh, we can see him?
No, you see things.
Oh,
fly.
not Leaf, sorry.
okay, okay.
I was thinking...
You're thinking star.
Star.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a scratching on the board. Welcome back. Took you long enough.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sea travel's a pain in the butt. And I look down at where Pixel is.
Ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some spells have very particular.
Just, like picks her up by the arm. You'll come with me, young lady.
She didn't realize her mom was there.
Have I seen Declan? Yeah.
You see Declan is also working and entertaining and being mischievous while also bussing tables. And
She has a brief thought of like, okay, so I know I'm not ready for kids because I have lost him 8 times.
yeah.
You actually see him bussing tables with Tensor's floating disc.
I pinch his little cheeks. That is so incredible.
Ooh, ow, it hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's incredible. Your spellcraft is incredible. I push down on the tensor's disc. Look at the buoyancy.
It just carries things.
It could do so much more than that.
And then you see several like tubs full of dirty dishes just carrying themselves over like by themselves and setting it on top of the floating disc. And you look over and you see Leaf writing on the thing.
You have already graduated into the next class, and I have so many spells to show you.
Scary spells.
Do you want scary spells?
Looks around. I mean, one scary spell can't hurt.
Very well, I'll think on that for you.
But you can see like sticking out of his pocket is a small little spell book, and it's got the logo of.
You know what it is? It's where Kara writes down people's orders, and she took one of those and turned a little notepad with the symbol of the BFGs and the symbol of the troll spirits of Troll Skull. Yeah, it's an order pad that he's turned into.
He started to turn into his spell book.
That's
I love
beautiful.
that.
Yep.
That's so much.
Yep, but you can see that there is just like a little bit of something that you actually would catch, Petunia, as it is the logo of your old employer. And you can probably assume that maybe the old wizened Dragonborn is showing him the ropes.
Petunia probably looks briefly over to notice that, but honestly, this whole time she's kind of just been standing over, staring at the fire, sort of just holding her bag close to her, but she'll like kind of give a little smile when she notices the symbol.
Seisha kind of is just sort of sitting there, and then she goes,
Oh,
and I see Petunia's kind of looking distanced and disconnected, and so Seisha runs over to her and goes, "You have to come with me.
What? Huh? What?
We have to go see Biblio.
Biblio!
Yeah, come on."
Okay.
And she grabs her hand and takes her upstairs. She pauses once they get inside and listens because Karina mentioned her room as an alternative. So I want to kind of listen before I go into my room, because if she is in the nook, I don't want to intrude.
Okay. You don't hear anything?
Okay. I am searching desperately for whatever piece of furniture my baby is right now.
Make me an investigation check.
Okay.
Can I also?
Sure, absolutely.
oh my god.
27.
Oh!
Natural 20 for a 26.
Ooh.
Nice.
You know your baby.
Yeah, we know my baby.
Looking around, it's hard to tell. You go into this secondary room, you come back, you go upstairs real quick, you come back, you're like, and you're thinking, like, obviously, when you come back downstairs, obviously he's not upstairs because that takes forever for him to. It's like a pain in the ass. And then Petunia, you just, after running around, you kind of just sit down for a second, relax. It's a very comfortable rocking chair. And Seisha screams out towards you, baby, towards you, Petunia, as these two eyes go across the backboard of the chair. As you found Biblio first, but But you're stuck to him
Now we're
currently.
stuck.
Yep.
I like to imagine
no.
like the tongue comes out of the cushion and wraps around Petunia just like a ribbon all the way up her.
Yep.
Feel buddy. Oh, Mr.
Yeah,
Two.
and you Petunia.
Petunia.
Great.
My brilliant baby. Bobby. And she just wraps around the back of the rocking chair.
Great. Yep.
And so we're both like stuck to this rocking chair.
Well, we're here forever now.
Yeah. It's kind of nice.
It's comfortable.
I need
It's comfortable.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, we are totally stuck to this.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You seem a little different since the swamp.
That is not the first time someone's mentioned that, which is weird because I don't feel different, but I guess I am.
I mean, it's not a terrible thing. You're still you. It's just
Yeah, but
it's like part of you is missing.
and I don't even I can't even fathom knowing what it's like to even miss it. I don't know why I would do something like that.
Like what? Give something of yourself up?
Yeah.
Petunia, we were talking to Baba Yaga. She's the haggiest hag that ever hagged. Anything
No.
you said, everything you said would be warped and twisted by her.
Not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I'm too smart for that.
Yeah, I'd like to think that too. Unfortunately, sometimes people don't recognize the power of their words. Venli almost gave up her love.
I basically did.
So you know.
I mean, the moment V and Harold started agreeing with each other. I mean, at first I thought it might have been something they did with the hag, but and she kind of like tries to peel her arm off of the rocking chair and digs into her bag, and she will pull out, and in her palm is a ring with different metals on each side, gold and silver. It's half gold and silver, and it looks like there's little copper music notes along the side. I don't know why I got this now, but I can only guess.
You gave her a memory, I remember. What was it? Was it her coming out you gave Baba Yaga a memory of Agnes showing up, right? Wasn't that it?
Maybe
She was asking
Well,
for proof of something, and you pulled a strand, and she was suddenly there, consuming it.
do you remember what it was for or from?
All I remember is that you said you could give her proof that Agnes was no longer one of hers. And you pulled that out. I never saw you give anything else.
I mean, I know she was capable of communicating with us in our minds. Not that I remember, but I know enough about Baba Yaga to make that educated assumption.
That would make sense.
And just,
Well, here's the thing. That ring. You know you bought it for a reason, right? Even though you don't know what the reason is anymore.
I mean, I can pretty much guess why, but Zaisha, this is so weird.
I know. But one thing that it may be good to consider, you have that ring for a reason. And it's very clearly, to me, based on what I know about you and Harold's history, it's very clearly meant for him. You felt things for him that made you want to give him a ring. So, I know you don't remember why, but maybe this is a good reason to find out why again.
I don't disagree.
You guys can start over. You still have a chance, if that's something you want to do.
I wouldn't say it's... I don't know how to feel without a lot of the context.
Do you
So I guess there must have been a lot of it, now that I'm thinking about it more.
do you want to read about it?
Sure.
And I pull out my journal and I hand it to her. Every time I saw you two together,
It just says 12 babies over and over.
every time I saw you guys together, I wrote about it. Because the way you look at each other, it's a story that should be told. So you can read that, and
I'm gonna need you to make me a strength check if you're pulling your.
yeah.
You are before.
Did I have to do that too?
She can, if she can break it, then she can just hand it to you in your lap.
Okay, that's a 14
Okay,
on the
yeah,
die.
yeah, it's
Okay.
it's enough to peel your hands off of Biblio to reach into your. Yeah. So there you go. Continue. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, here you go. Oh. Can you? Okay, I'm just gonna drop it. Okay.
Yeah, just
Oh, okay.
bonk her in the face. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then opens to the exact page that you need it to be open to.
Nice.
How lucky.
Aw. You wrote about all this?
Yeah. I want to make sure the important things are remembered, and every time you read a story about people trying to save the world, they don't talk about the people, just what they did. And I think it's important to know who it was that tried to help people. And you and Harold are such a beautiful story. I mean, you don't have to love him right away. But just know that the opportunity is there, if you want it, to have one of the most beautiful and strong loves I've ever seen.
If it was as strong as you're indicating here and now, I don't know how I could forgive myself for doing something like this, so I don't understand why.
I doubt you did it intentionally, Petunia.
What if I did?
So what if you did? So what? We do stupid things
True.
in the course of our lives. Things that haunt us, and keep us from taking chances on the things we want most. And if you choose to try to open this door again, I think you'll find Harold standing on the other side with a bouquet of flowers and a big dopey grin on his face and the most purple pants you have ever seen in your entire life.
I haven't forgotten the pants.
How could you forget the pants? It's always about the pants.
It's always been about the pants.
She should have given the memory about the pants.
Well, that would have been beneficial to me twice, so, you know.
Even if you did, Petunia, you didn't know. I genuinely believe you didn't know what you were giving up. Because I can't see you giving Harold up. But you have to accept your fuck-ups and move on and try to find a way to learn from them. And what you have here is an opportunity to learn what an amazing man he is all over again. You get to fall in love with him twice, Petunia. If that's what you want.
I mean, at some point it was, so, you know, who says it can't be again? I mean, just...
Do you think he's cute?
I mean, of course.
Okay, well, that's a good enough reason to go out on a date, don't you think?
I feel like a blind person would notice cute.
He just kind of radiates cute energy, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, I mean, if you want to find out if it's right, that's enough reason to ask someone on a date. Maybe ask him to the Moon Festival.
I suppose
If you're not ready, you don't have to, but I mean, you can read there how happy you both were.
I'd like to
Can I
ask.
hang on to the...
I'd like to ask Ethan, what is Petunia reading?
God damn.
On the spot.
He knows I can handle it.
I know.
It probably would read. Let's start with, like, besides the stuff that's obviously in the story, it would probably start with subtle things like us both in the tavern and you asking for a drink, and I trip and fall in such a way that I catch your chair and spin you out of it, and you just kind of like land, and I catch you, and the drink just kind of boom, lands beside us, and we both just start laughing about the ridiculousness of the situation. It probably reads times that Harold put up with your boss at extreme lengths of time to help put things up, and it's sort of like that scene from that one movie with the rabbit and the fox, where he's just like, just see it, but he's not, like, and you kind of help him develop a patience that over time he gained. There's probably times on the ship where she's regaled the playful banter they have back and forth while playing Three Dragon Ante, where you became the master of Three Dragon Ante through your extreme amount of intelligence, rather than his just like knowledge of the game, and also of course a little bit of luck. And then I would say that there were times where they thought that Seisha couldn't hear the sweet little nothings they gave to each other while they were just sitting together, and if she heard something particularly sweet, she wrote it down.
Oh, I heard all of it.
I know you did. You only wrote really sweet stuff.
All of it.
Okay. There's some sexy stuff too. But yeah, I think that in all seriousness, it's stuff like that, stuff that would make for a really beautiful story, it almost, in my mind, to you, feels impossible that you had that with a guy like Harold.
Yeah.
Knowing that you kept all these stuff that wasn't loving, so you know he's a really nice guy and that he cares about his friends and loves them, but this all feels very soft for a guy who is like Harold.
The more she reads it, you can, I mean, from your vantage point, you can see the softness of her expression, and then like the more and more she reads on, she looks like she's like getting angry. Before she's like, why did I do this?
I think you got tricked, Petunia. I think you offered something and she twisted it into something else based on how you offered it.
But I'll never know if I did or didn't.
There's probably a way to find out, but
If I'd written something down for myself, maybe.
I think... Wait a minute. Can you pull the memory of her being in your head from your head?
I can try. I don't know, maybe.
Because you might be able to find out what you gave away, like what the wording was, what you gave up.
Unless that's part of it, but
I don't know, but it's a way to try.
I can try. It is a cantrip, so I will.
This is gonna break Ethan's heart.
I will attempt to.
Oh my
I will,
God.
if it works, I will attempt to encode thoughts.
Oh. 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 Go ahead. Oh, okay.
So you pull out this memory and you're stuck back in that situation where everyone is debating heavily on what to give Seisha, cautioning everyone with what words they say. And it all kind of drowns out as you hear Baba's voice in your head as she goes, "Now I hear your little voice thinking, but speak out loud, baby, you give something silently."
God, that voice.
And through this conversation, eventually it gets to the point where you make the deal, and it's too muddy to hear your words.
Yep, it almost like scrambles.
Mm-hmm.
And everything
It
up
seems
to that
cross
point
over.
and past that point is clear, but whatever that deal was,
It's been obfuscated.
It's like when Harold tries to say his name.
Yep.
And it could be, it might be Baba protecting it, or it could be the fact that knowing what you gave
Repressed
lets
it.
you know
It would break
a
the deal.
memory that you gave.
Yeah.
So
Or
therefore
Feywild.
contradicts itself.
Or it's just a Feywild.
Yeah.
She'll kind of chew on that memory, figuratively, as it were, and kind of. I can't tell. I know I made a deal with her. I just don't.
Okay, well that's a step.
I guess so.
What do you want, Petunia? Not what everybody else wants. What do you want in life?
Just to be around people that I love and make a life and know what any normal person wants.
Okay. Well, you've kind of gotten to reset your life. And now you get to live through it again.
Sort of it.
And
I mean, I do remember, of course, you guys and stuff.
what do you remember of Harold?
A lot of pants jokes.
Yeah. Too many.
A lot of music, although there's some of that's I have to think really far back to remember the songs he played. How long has it been? The
Several
tavern?
months.
Yeah, the tavern.
Do you have any memories of just you and Harold together?
Yeah, they're really old though. I think.
So maybe it's the things that made you fall in love with him.
It was really far back.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna drink my dumb water. Y'all keep going.
I mean, you know what you want. And you have an opportunity here that you can take or not. But I can guarantee you, if you take it, you are going to be loved beyond compare.
I don't disagree. I don't doubt it. It's just gonna take
Time.
some getting used to.
Yeah.
And juxtaposed to this conversation,
Love you.
Harold and V. What are you two doing?
I'm sitting with V right next to her.
Mm-hmm.
Is Vinley there with us?
Finley's in the tavern. I don't know if she's right next
Currently, it looks like I'm talking to your dad, because that's something I need to do.
to you. Okay.
Okay. Then I will sit with V, and once Seisha is gone and Vinley is preoccupied and Petunia's gone, Harold just kind of melts into like the actual state he's in and just looks distraught.
Do you want a hug?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay.
All the V hugs, please.
Okay, V gives you a big hug.
Do you want a hug?
It's a bad hug, by the way. Dexterity's bad.
Well, okay, all right. Well,
Okay, maybe you have to teach me how to redo hugs, because I didn't realize how much dexterity is involved in intimacy, so
It's okay.
She slaps him by
You'll
accident.
make up with it. You'll make up for it with athletics, I'm sure.
It's
Listen.
all strength. It's all
I
strength.
can pick you up. Spin you around.
Okay, all right, V. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
And
It's
she gives
fine.
you a pat on the back.
Oh God! All right.
How about I get you a drink? How about I do that?
No! Don't leave, V.
Oh no! That's okay. That's fair. How about I ask someone to get you a drink?
I feel like you need a hug too.
Yeah. Okay. I'll keep my arms out like this,
I will give you a gentle hug.
but I'm T-posing.
Yeah, the dominance. I will.
The dominance as you hug.
And I'll hug you, and I will lean back and just kind of like wipe my eyes and just kind of. When I initially got us into all this trouble and was like we should like sneak out and do stuff, I never thought we'd be in the position we are in now, saving the world and losing things left and right. I feel like I really owe you an apology.
No, don't. I mean, okay. Let's theorize alternate parallel universe. If it wasn't us, it was going to be somebody else, and we would be in, I don't know, like, where do you think you would be if I hadn't run away? Because I know I would be stuck, probably working for, doing what my brother did, like working, doing incredibly evil things, not even knowing they were incredibly evil things. The city still would have gone to ruin, and, you know, Voss still would have been here, and he would have Vossed just without our influence, and probably holding him back, let's be real. We probably gave the city a few more months of time. And we would have seen none of it coming and been even more ill prepared and just had to deal with the rubble of ruin. Except that, like, I might even be partly blamed for it because of the situation of my family and not even knowing what was going on and being lied to. And then you would have, I mean, with the rose.
I'd just be dead.
So, if you look at it that way, we're better off where we are now. As hard as that is to hear and know.
There's two people in my life. Well, there's all of the people in my life I can't do without, obviously. All the people in our crew. But there's two people in my life specific that have extra meaning to me. And of course, one of them is Petunia.
I know.
But the other one's you. We've been best friends basically from the moment we met each other. And I wasn't always great when we first met. I stole some silverware.
Stole a little more than silverware, but that's okay.
And there was a lot of times where I thought, well, this is it, we're both dead. And I just said to myself, well, you know, if we die, at least we died together. And after what's happened now, I think there's things out there so much worse than death. And I just want you to know, even through those things, I'm glad you're here. And you're still my best friend. And I love you a lot, V.
You're my best friend, too. I don't think I would have been able to gotten through anything that we have gotten through without your, you know, friendship and support.
Likewise.
I mean, I let's be real, I wouldn't be part of this group if it wasn't for you. You know, if I was on my own and ran into, you know, Vasisha and Vinley, I don't think it would have clicked as well without you gluing us together.
You kept me strong through so much. I saw you go from someone who had never thrown a punch before to the most dangerous con who's ever lived. I'm so proud of you, V. I'm glad you're here. I'm just so glad you're here.
Yeah, it's really overwhelming being back, honestly. And now that we've had a time to just sit, I just feel so overwhelmed with so many emotions that I don't even know what I'm feeling and why I'm feeling at any given moment. I have to, like, process it, which I'm not great at.
I'm not great at it either.
I definitely have this issue where I just feel things and then I just don't really know why.
I think sometimes it's hard to be honest about why we feel things.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you dig deeper and you let it out, it becomes more apparent.
I know it's really hard right now, but it's important that you know that you haven't lost her. Things are just, the dynamics shifted is all.
And it's important you know that despite everything you lost, you're never going to be alone. And I will help you through anything. And I know probably one day Waterdeep isn't going to be a place you'll want to be anymore. And hopefully by then I've learned some kind of way to travel vast distances by myself so that I can still see you. But first, despite everything that's happening, we still have to save the world. Again. And I think it's so important for you to know that there's nobody I want more by my side saving the world than you.
It's because I'm strong.
It's because you're my best friend. And I feel like I almost lost one of my best friends today, and
I know.
but realistically speaking, let's be honest with ourselves, all of our friends are our best friends, but there's just something...
It's hard to categorize. But...
Right, I don't like to have a best friend because they're all...
And then the
equally...
others get upset, and then they're like, what about me?
Right,
And
exactly.
then, you know.
And that's the difficult... And he's going to take your hand, and he's going to give it a squeeze and be like, but it's important you realize how important you are, not just to the team, but to each of us individually. And I know everything in Evermeet was way outside of our scope. Being back in Waterdeep, it reminds me this is where we started everything.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got caught in that casino.
Yeah. I hope I know things are really hard to process right now, with everything going on with Petunia. And I know it's not something you really want to talk about, but you might need to. I'm not gonna force you to talk about it or anything like that, but I will say, like, maybe it's just kind of like amnesia, it's not like the emotions were stolen. I think it's more just the memory that they were there. And I've heard stories of people from amnesia, like, recovering by not ever remembering, but like, it's like those oh my god, there's those books I read when I was like 12 where it was like, oh my gosh, the guy's wife, it was like those romance books where like the guy's wife gets amnesia and then it's like they fall back in love, and that's like the whole story.
Yeah.
So really, this could be the beginning of one of those like books where it's like really cute and romantic, and you could be even stronger by the end of it. You know what I mean?
You really think so?
I think so. Those books were really cute, and I definitely feel like you. Gosh, I wish I could remember what they're called. It was like Time Warp Spouse.
Good night, everybody.
Katie Atkins, you're a gem. He won't.
But I think maybe instead of jumping to you could just take a few steps back, and try asking her out on a date and taking it slow, and and maybe it'll be even more exciting to watch her fall in love with you a second time.
There's so many times I almost screwed it up the first time.
I don't believe that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Just don't come on too strong too quickly.
No.
Because you kind of, I realize now we kind of freaked her out earlier. I didn't mean to. I just didn't understand.
No, I think we both were so shocked.
I was just scared that maybe she gave up her ability to love anybody at all, and that's why I had to ask if she loves anyone at all.
No, that was the right question.
I just... And because I don't know how all this magic hag stuff works. It's scary. Magic has always been kind of scary to me, honestly, because it's just not something that
seems like it's scary to a lot of people.
Naturally came to me. Now that I'm learning more about it and I have like my own abilities, like they still scare me. I don't like using. I should use them more often. I don't always like it, but.
Magic is a double-edged sword, just like those guns out front.
You know.
They can save lives or end them. They can change people for better or worse. They can provide safety, and it can spread fear. And,
Yeah.
This is just one of those times where magic did something really, really bad. And I'm going to take your advice. If it worked for the time warp spouse, let's do the time warp again.
I'm sorry, can you scooch over? I need to take a step to the left.
Oh. Yeah. Wait, it's a little scoot to the right here.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good place to...
Yeah.
Sorry,
think
I love you.
at that point, we'll step to the right to Vinley.
So you're speaking with Harold's father.
Yeah, I think at some point after Declan interaction, Vinley kind of excuses herself for a moment because she realizes that there's something that she hasn't asked. And she goes up to Harold's father in Elvish and says, "Excuse me. Forgive me. I feel like I've never asked, or I just don't remember the answer. Where are you from?"
Originally?
Originally.
Myth Drenor. And then quickly moved to Cormenthier.
Well, I don't know if this would interest you, but it probably will. I don't know if Harold told you or how much you know, but we just got back from Evermeet. And I feel as though if one son has seen their heritage, eventually the other should follow as well. And perhaps you could show your wife the island as well.
I've never stepped foot on it. I can't say that our lifestyle.
I thought it was my lifestyle for a very long time, and then I thought it was very much not my lifestyle for a very long time. So I think I understand. It's an incredible place, I'm sure you know. But I feel like every elf should be able to see it at least once, no matter how elf they are.
I agree. I've read stories and I have bullshitted many a person that I was from Evermeet, but...
You probably could have fooled me.
But I would like to see it, especially now that we are devoted to Alabama.
You know, I almost forgot. But that's wonderful news. Obviously, it probably won't be for a while, but...
Yeah, into the world and all.
Right. Small things that happen every month to us elves, but... Once we get past this, I will make sure that you get there safely.
Go talk to them.
Thank you. And she bows and is like, I was there for too long. And just walks away.
I guarantee you that my dad thinks you are bullshitting the fuck out of him right now. There is zero chance he believed a word of that.
Not a one.
My
Evermeet,
son.
yes, I too have used that.
Oh, she does excuse herself by saying, pardon me, it looks like Harold's being T-posed on.
And I was as stop making excuses and go talk to the alchemist.
Then we can't cast Misty Step again, but with one last look, I think, with Davil as she's
See, Davil has
floating.
ended his song and is kind of looking out over the crowd, kind of perplexed.
I made him sing it and left.
yeah.
100%. I've never heard you sing before. Gone. I guess I never will.
And he starts making his way towards V and Harold, but his eyes catch yours. And kind of looks around, mouths the word Seisha.
Vinley just kind of shrugs and points upstairs potentially,
Okay.
and then
Nods.
and then makes a hand gesture to indicate the smallest one
Uh-huh.
because she doesn't know what a petunia flower looks like, which is bad considering the person I'm dating.
So many reasons.
And she like looks towards the door in an implied notion of, I can't wait anymore. You're welcome.
He nods.
Okay.
With a, like, go ahead.
And I was gonna do something cute, but Vinley would just leave. She'd be like, and just leave.
And as Devil comes up to Harold and V, the first thing he does say is, so she requests a song and then immediately leaves. I know my voice is not that bad.
Look, you got 10 gold, all right?
I'm not complaining. I'm just
He's very
confused.
easily distracted.
Yeah.
It's
I can
kind
tell
of
you how
like
many
a
times.
goldfish.
She'll make a request, and the next thing I know, she's off in the captain's quarters. It's
But we will cut to Vinley making your way across the street, and what you see is, where the mists of your, or the haze of your mythol,
Protective
ends.
barrier.
There is almost like this unspoken space at every entrance and exit that everybody just gives
In a wide berth.
a wide berth to, just in case anything wanders through. And you look up and you see all of the people Harold decided to just watch over the tavern. Their eyes are glued to those areas.
She waves at them like, hi, I've met you twice. Bye.
You see, as you're walking past and out, you see all of the shops still there. The Bent Nail, Steam and Steel, Trinkets and Trunkets, the Worm...
Bookworm.
Bookworm's
Yep.
Treasure.
I will say that Vincent Trench's door, his building is dark.
Okay.
Yep.
It's always dark in there, dark and smoky.
Yep.
I think she has this weird, like, out of body moment for a second, harkening back to when we were in the caverns in the mountain and it was showing us where we wanted to be. And hers was Troll Skull Alley. And she stands there because now this feels like the illusion versus everything else.
Yeah.
It's like giving her that weird ick of deja vu.
However, there is a new shop. It's not really shown very well, but in a little crevice in between Corellin's Crown and one of the townhomes, there's just a little shadowy half-back alleyway.
Can you point it out on the map, please?
So kind of where this little crook is,
Yes.
like
Yeah.
in between there, doesn't it fully go back in, like it doesn't lead to this back road.
Yeah.
But there's a shadowy little spot right there that looks like it has some things hanging around that's new and different.
Vinley fights the urge to go down there right now. And she'll knock.
Knock.
Mhm.
Okay.
Or ring the bell. Even if it says closed.
Okay.
Or open.
Yeah, sure.
As you knock, you can see movement out of the corner of your eye as you look up. And resting, bow out, arrow notched but not pulled back, ever vigilant and watching, is Zaraj. but there's something different that you notice. As he looks down at you, you notice that the left side of his face, basically from this eye back, is just a mangled mass of scar tissue, and this eye is no longer there.
I think Vinley fights the urge to give a gasp or an auditory response to seeing him, both out of fascination and just shock. And she smiles and is like, "Hello."
And you look up and kind of for a second get startled and look back. When you look back, you don't see him again.
Oh. You always make me feel like I'm talking to myself.
And standing before you
Oh.
is Fala as they open the door and say, "It's open." And I'm standing in front of you.
And I'm crying. And she hugs them as she begins to cry. A little less wildly than she did with Davil, just simply because we've been here for a minute. And she pulls away. I did it. I did it all.
You did? Come inside.
She hurries, scuttles in.
Closes, changes the sign to closed. Locks the door.
I would like to kiss you, as she kisses them.
And it is reciprocated.
It's a very long, I think, kiss.
Yeah, I'd say
That
not one that's like
Speaks.
passionate, but one that's like
Warm and inviting.
and like longing and something of like, I miss you.
The closest to a conversation physical touch can be for Vinley. This is it. And she finally just pulls away for need of air. I brought you, so many things.
The first thing you brought is yourself. So it is a welcome gift.
As
Don't bow
promised.
to me.
She's fully halfway into an elvish vow, and she's like, I have been trying to become someone of my word, I suppose people would say, after things. So, I would have been very remiss if I did not allow myself to keep my word to both of you to return. So simply out of...
You've returned. Why do you sound so heartbroken? You kept your word.
To you all.
Is there someone that you've broken your word to?
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, they're the... No, it just, there's... I was fine when we were traveling.
See a concerned look creep across their face.
We met someone, hypothetically, on the trip.
Okay.
And hypothetically,
Well, we're polyamorous already. It's okay if you found someone else you want to bring into this relationship.
that is good to know for
Open
future
and honest
reference, because
communication.
the King of Evermeet seemed very interested in me. I'm just going to put that out there for my lawfully.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did save his life and the entire kingdom. Well, now it's a kingdom, but the entire race of elves, I suppose you could say, it's just a small thing that I did while away.
You're lovable without having people feel like they owe you something in gratitude.
She shrinks a little bit, not out of like trepidation, but out of, oh yeah, you're right. I need to stop doing that. This person I met, hypothetically, is very powerful. And she wished for gifts. So I gave her a gift. But I don't remember what it was. Hypothetically.
Okay. I'm still walking around in fog in this conversation. Hypothetically.
Of course.
More so like metaphorically. But is there something I should be concerned about? I have no idea who this person is or what gift you gave. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here. If it is something I need to be concerned about, you can just tell me.
No, ever since having that conversation with this person,
Hypothetically.
There's, from the fall of Waterdeep, there's few people I remember the faces of. There were too many doing whatever they were doing quickly. But I can't help focusing on this one image I have in my head. I don't know what it means. I don't know who this person is, but it was like a spotlight was shining on them when I looked down on them from the Blackstaff Tower, and I don't like it. But it's probably nothing. Because if it was someone from the Blackstaff Hall, I would know who it is. I was there for most of my time here, but...
Maybe you can ask her herself. The Blackstaff.
I was so focused on you two. I'm not going to ask you about work right now.
They're not here.
Okay, thank you so much. I love you.
And I love you.
I'm sorry I'm a little frazzled, and this isn't quite the reunion.
Gives you a hug.
I'm just so scared all the time, Father. Everyone thinks I'm so strong.
You can feel a weight shift in their form. And you can, with your insight, you can tell that this is something that they fully understand. And still tries to be strong for you in this moment, because you can tell they don't have the answer. You're facing unprecedented times with unsurmountable problems, but they say, there was a time you talked to me about wanting to run away. When you felt scared. How strong you are to still be here.
I think she devolves into sobs as that acceptance and realization washes over her. And she says through her sobs, kind of laughing, the worst part is I didn't even tell my sister I could do a Mythalar, so that's awesome. Also, that's going great. She's great. She's great.
I'm glad you were able to make amends.
You're going to love her.
We'll see.
Oh, yes.
I mean, she'll still have to prove herself.
You know, I have to say I really like this side of you.
I'm glad you're back.
I am too. She gives them another hug and then begins to pull a mushroom out.
Oh, yes. And then there's that sinking feeling. We did lose a couple people's minds. But this will I'll be able to make more potions, and we can save more people.
It's not just that one.
You have more.
She begins taking them all out.
Yeah.
I have marked down 7.
Okay.
One of them is a very pitiful little branch sticking out of a thing of earth.
Oh, beautiful.
I have each zombie carry one out ceremoniously to them.
Oh, right.
Did you forget about these?
No.
There's a lot
just-
more.
No, I understand your magics. There's one that patrols the outskirts of the Mythal with his. Most people have wardened off the North Ward as overtaken by the undead. So close to the city of the dead, you know.
Absolutely. I hadn't. This is a cone of a bubble of silence.
Always.
Truthfully, I have not thought about Aiden Ozul since I left.
I can tell you he's thought about you. Not in that way, but you, whatever you said
He's
to
much
him,
too old for me.
thinks about those words in what actual age you are. Smiles and laughs. Something you said before you left seemed to have an impact on him.
Oh dear. That doesn't usually mean a great thing, so I'm glad he's still here.
Yeah, I think he had to look at some actions or something that he had done. You made him think about things differently.
I believe that's his business.
I did
I
not
don't want to
pry.
speak upon it. But, thank you. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you as well. And all of your friends. They're welcome here anytime.
So about that, there's a situation that's growing traction between... Remember this hypothetical person that I may or may not have met while in the Feywild?
That last part's new, but yes, hypothetically, this person you met in the Feywild.
So, this isn't my business to tell, but tread lightly around the topic of discussion of Harold and Petunia's relationship.
Oh no. Something happened?
I have no idea. They were literally fine 1 second. We walked out of this alleged person's yard. Everyone was real quiet, so it may have been crossing. No, I know it was this part. I'm going to tell you who this person is.
Okay.
And I need you, I cannot stress this enough.
Only tell Davil.
Yes. But also, I understand it was a last-ditch effort. I'm going to say the name. I'm going to write the name. And then we're going to read this, and you're not going to be upset.
Okay. Takes the note,
What a
looks at
perfect
you.
way to make people very upset.
I know, right?
Hey,
of
I got
like-
a 10 in charisma. We're working up.
Kind of like,
Mom, I broke something, but you can't be mad.
You know,
I'm gonna tell you
Mom,
what it is. You can't be mad.
Mom, have the police called yet?
Yeah.
I did that.
That was
don't be
me.
mad. Holds it in their hand and looks at you and goes, I can't promise I won't be mad.
That's okay. I understand.
I can promise that I will try to be understanding. And opens it, cocks their head,
No, I'm not joking.
closes it, opens it again.
Take it in.
No.
Yeah, and well, I killed one of her daughters. The one that did a lot of the destruction.
You know, a lot of these beings have the ability to like create illusions or deceptions. This is probably just one, parading around, right?
Well, the entire motivation for going to the Feywild was that person.
Mm-hmm.
We went there on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
In the swamp with the chicken legs. Also, chicken legs are kind of gone. They're dead. They're on tree trunks now. Or whatever.
Hypothetically.
Obviously, this is a hypothetical world. Because the actions of me in another world are muddy at best.
Swampy.
Swampy at best. You're right.
I'm not.
You had to bring in the S word.
I'm not mad. And I'm sure you had your reason. What did you give up anything? Did you give...
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, No, you're right. You're right. I gave her a spell.
Oh. That's not that bad, right? It's not very powerful. What spell did you give up?
Do I remember which spell I gave up? No.
You know it was one of the lost magics.
Okay. Well, there was a spell from a place.
Most spells come from somewhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the specifics. If it was just a spell, I'm sure it's fine. And
I'm sure.
dealing with these beings is very dangerous, as I'm sure you are aware. I'm glad you're here.
I'm so glad to be here. I thought I was going to die so many times.
Opens up the note again.
It wasn't even her. I wasn't even scared when I was with her.
And you say you're not strong.
What?
You heard me.
Rhea did not.
You say you're not strong.
Oh. Well, yeah, that's different. That was just walking and letting other people talk. This is different. The child asked me for scary spells.
Which child? And why are you teaching children's necromancy?
Well,
Unless it's healing, then
yeah.
teach them everything.
I don't know why I was about to lie. I was about to say yes, it was healing, but it wasn't. And he just asked for it. I didn't think I was going to give him.
You can make your own decisions.
He's very talented. It's Declan. Keep an eye on him. Please.
Okay, cool. Sounds great.
Just like if you see a
Just
fire.
tell her mother, not me. I'm not.
His-
Oh, sorry. Yeah, his mother.
Thank you, Seisha. Seisha.
I was thinking of there's
There's
Kara
Pixel,
has
the other
two.
one.
Yeah, to the two children. They're both rambunctious and mischievous.
Well, you didn't hear
Now
it
there's
from me.
another one who's working over at Zilpips,
Oh, that one's a fun one.
and there's twins of that one. Very mischievous. Anyways, this is I hear you. I understand you. Thank you for telling me this and being truthful. The Declan thing,
I'm not gonna give him a scary one.
tell his mother it's not really my job to take care of her children. I will keep an eye out for the alley.
You're so valid.
Yeah.
That was way out of line. Here's this.
Okay.
And it's a giant blossom of the midnight blue flower that glows during
Okay.
the nighttime. And Vinley will actually turn on her Twilight Sanctuary so that it lights up.
It's beautiful.
I brought a few back in case you wanted to maybe plant them.
Yeah. That would be wonderful.
We could make our own tree here.
What tree?
She sits back in her chair, enjoying this confidence that Paula is pulling out of her. And she kind of gives her best approximation of Harold's posture in a chair. And she goes, oh, you know, just a tree of souls or something like that on Evermeet. It was getting poisoned, so I felt it my duty to go help it with my sister. Well, against my sister at first, and then with my sister. Sorry.
There's so much we need to catch up on.
It's incredible.
I'll take these. Speaking of catching up, I think it'd be wise for your group to talk to Davil. Much has changed in the city.
Yeah, I know a couple of us wanted to talk to him. I don't know. I kind of want to give us a night. At least an afternoon. In this bubble that we've made ourselves to pretend it's just a normal street fair.
If that's what you wish. But it's not just your decision.
Right. You should have come with us. You would have been so helpful. I didn't know how to talk to anyone while we were out there. You're just so good with words. Honestly, kind of better with Davil. Like, than the words.
Words of wisdom versus words of charisma.
Thank you, customer.
You look over and there's a plant, like,
Yeah.
of course.
You have talking plants
Like,
too.
can I
Here.
leave or?
Should I
Yeah.
go?
That is actually, Mama Ue did something to one of the fertilizers, and
Oh, ooh.
yeah, still getting used to that one.
It's fine, I'll leave.
Oh!
Here, I'll give him a friend. And I pull out the little dancing flower that's dead.
The ballerina flower.
Yeah, and I kind of just be like, here you go. And I stick it back in the ground, expecting it to stand back up. How long does it take, fella?
I'll do what I can, but I will meet with you later tonight.
Okay,
Okay, I love you.
I love you too. And she initiates the kiss again.
Yeah, they kiss.
It's a little while again. It's not a peck. Don't blame me right now. I spent over 100 years repressed. I'm gonna get my smooches in.
Eventually, you leave. They reopen the storefront. Actually, it'll stay closed for a second, but eventually will reopen.
I've obviously, before I leave, file the boys back into the hole because, you know, a parade of undead maybe aren't necessarily the greatest thing to have right now.
Are there undead attacking the city?
Yeah.
There were
when you left?
Okay. I couldn't remember if undead were part of the problem
Yeah.
too.
undead from
So
Mercule.
many things.
Yeah, I was about to say during their problem.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
Harold
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
Aberrations?
Was-
from
Oh no, the aberrations. Yeah, I am.
blood monsters from
they were blood monsters. You were undead.
Oh, yeah. Shut up. I knew that. I watched everyone get turned into undead.
But
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
whether you come down or stay up,
I think after a little while we pry ourselves loose and go back downstairs.
okay, got it.
And I come back to the
Everybody
town.
meeting up. Devil looks at you and goes, "So, did you enjoy the song?"
Just like to say yes.
Yeah.
roll that.
Stacia's so new to lying too.
She's pretty good at it though.
Oh yeah, she
Yeah.
is.
Maybe she's good at it because people don't expect it.
That's true.
This is gonna be fun. Okay.
He's-
Okay.
He's gonna roll with advantage because he knows the truth.
That's fine.
Okay, that's good. It really wanted to be that.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. Oh, right. So, what is your total?
31.
31. You see him really just get confused and look towards Vinley, and then also look towards Harold and V, and to Petunia, being like, I know what I saw. Like, that's the feeling you get. Like, I know I'm not.
She's got really good ears, bro.
I was about to say, Vinley just points to her ears.
I I hear everything.
Apparently.
Oh. And with that, he...
She just looks at Petunia like,
well, I guess, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it.
very good.
All pleasantries aside, though, I think it's time we talked.
Yeah.
If you're willing to have that conversation. I know you just got back.
Just real quick, could I borrow you for one moment on the porch?
Sure.
Cool. We'll be right back.
Before we go to that, is there anything anybody else is doing?
I'm just gonna lift a finger and be like, just real quick, and I'm just gonna check and see if Vincent Trench is at his place. Just
Okay.
You knock. There's no answer.
I'll take out a little notebook and Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous. I'm going to write a note. Back in town, cool cat, and sign it Harold, and just fold it up and slide it under the door and walk back into the house.
All right.
Okay.
Walk back into the tavern, rather.
Yep.
I'm disappearing.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just like, bye.
V, are you doing anything?
Oh gosh. I think V is going to contact her mom and her brother.
Okay.
They are in the Star Mountains right now, right?
They are,
Or
that
are
is
they
correct.
In Water and Deep? Okay, yeah, I want to contact them whichever way is best. So we got rocks. We got rocks, right?
Yeah.
You do have
Yeah, we got
rocks.
some rocks. We got some talking rocks. Sending stones, that's the word.
I like the talking rocks.
Talking
I like
rocks.
talking rocks
Time warp
too.
spouse.
V forgot the name and was like, yeah, the rock. And
The phonetic stones.
she lets them know that they are in Waterdeep. And wow, jeez. I don't know if you guys heard my cat just scream. He was like, me too. Tell him I say hi.
That was Aura in the kitchen.
And she just kind of wants to let them know that like she's back in Waterdeep. Things are still kind of weird there. Like a little update, I guess. She's not used to keeping them updated, so it's kind of think of like a clumsy voicemail you leave your mom. Is pretty much what is said. Where it's just sort of like, things are good, we're alive, did some crazy hag stuff in the Feywild, but we're cool now. Well, not all of us completely, but we're all intact. And it's like, and the message is like partially alarming, partially like, oh, we're good. Just trying to like be mindful, I guess, that like they probably want an update from her.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, they were sequestered away to the high mountains before the fall of Waterdeep.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
have
Oh,
no...
so they don't
No,
know.
be-
Do they
because-
not know about the fall of Waterdeep?
No, because you all knew something was happening
About to happen.
on God's day, and so you evacuated them to the Star Mounts
Yeah.
prior to the fall.
Yeah.
I'm
Afraid
sure they
of...
got word.
I'd be like, the city fell, but we're back. It's a little weird. Our guild name is being used as basically like a gang name, which is wild. But hopefully no one attacks us. Hope the Star Mounts are cool, chill, nice. Hope they're nice. She says the end.
the end. Amazing.
The end.
Amen.
Yep. So that happens, and then we're at the tavern. So wait, are we at the tavern? No.
Yeah, where's the
Oh,
tavern?
we are. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. She's gonna go check on Bob.
You gave Bob to your brother.
Oh, I forgot.
Yep, you did.
I thought I just gave him the scarf, but you're right. I gave Bob. Oh, I also asked how's Bob. But I go back to my room and I feel kind of sad that I don't have the scarf and Bob, Scruffy and Bob.
Yep.
Feels a little vacant without them.
You see, like Gavel talking to you on the porch? No, who's on
Takes
the
a
porch?
nap.
Oh, no, she's on the porch, yeah.
Vinley on the porch. V walks out, goes around to the... I guess we're ready for that
It'll be
conversation.
easy to get everyone back together. I promise. We
Okay.
do this a lot.
And you wanted to talk about something.
Yes, I just wanted to fill you in on a couple things. Goodbye, Harold. Have a nice time at Vincent Church. I just wanted to fill you in on a couple things.
Is this
Very pertinent to the conversation we are about to have before
Why
you
can't we
need to
have
go
it all
into
together?
Because there are things that are still processing and being figured out. Harold and Petunia are like not okay right now. Okay, so just tread carefully with the relationship. I'm saying all of this in Elvish, even though I know everyone knows Elvish. So she's leaning in, and like Vinley doesn't notice it, I don't think, but she's standing in front of a window on the porch.
Are you letting me know this as like to take it?
No, not to.
Like-
Why would my first thought be to take advantage of that?
Well, I don't. You and Harold, there was
We're
like
gonna
this
have to
weird
talk
like
about that later.
hate enemies to lovers kind of relationship. I mean, that's kind of like what we.
Whoa.
wanna- Look, I'm just saying what I saw.
So wait, you're in front of a window?
Yeah.
Can I be reading lips?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome! Say she's just kind of sitting there like this.
He's a handsome man. I'm not
no.
saying no.
No, ew. No. Before he comes back, I just wanted to let you know that something happened that we are not too sure about, and it's left
Got it. Don't bring
Petunia
it up.
kind of icy.
A
towards-
little raw right now.
Very.
Okay.
That word.
Cool.
And also there was one last thing. And she grabs him and kisses him. For like
it's like a little
Yeah.
surprise at first with like you being the one that's the aggressor, but after the initiation, it's like, I'm like, okay.
Got the dynamic between
Yeah.
Fala and Davil.
And then once the kiss is done, Harold's walking past and goes, "Hey, Harold."
And winks.
Wait, did he say that? Hey, Harold?
Yeah.
Harold?
Vincent hasn't been back since the fall.
Oh,
I don't know if he's out and about or if he was lost. So I'm
what
sorry.
about Karnan?
We need to talk.
I'll grab V. She closes her eyes.
Oh, we can if she's making her way to
Oh, we can
upstairs.
go-
We'll just
You are so smart.
Petunia, for no reason whatsoever, I think we need to go upstairs now.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
okay.
Trips up the stairs.
Oh, look, there are. Look at that. Everyone
Harold
already understands.
catches her, but then awkwardly kind of just stands her back up and looks like he does not know what to say or do about it. But it's obvious he knew it was going to happen. He just, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I
Davil
raise
looks
my
at you.
eyebrows at Davil.
Davil's like, oh, awkward, got it.
He's just like, awkward turtle.
Oh, I also got you this. She hands him a crown that she has mended and cleaned from the person she took it from.
Oh,
Is it Keldor's?
Yes.
Oh, my. Yeah.
that is amazing.
It's like, oh,
You boob.
yes. Puts it on. Oh, what? This. Why do I need it? You know what? I'm not going to ask why I need it. I love it.
I figured it was fitting. I've already made one king in my lifetime. Why not two?
Yeah, the larger characters are amazing.
We need to talk.
Okay.
And I.
You all make your way upstairs and sit in the
Baby?
commons room.
Do you think you could do something a little bigger
He's
so
a chair
that
now.
a couple of us can sit on you?
I'm gonna stand.
I
I
do
would
too. I
rather
don't think I'll be
make-
able to get up this time.
Okay.
And I like snuggle into the seat and just kind of snuggle in.
Oof, you're right. I need to let these puppies air out. She puts the portable hole. Puts the portable hole out, and 7 skeletons come out and just kind of sit around the room casually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Random poses.
Fly
They all look
casual.
like they're posing for their high
They're all
school picture.
voting.
Two of them are like standing there in the prom photo pose.
That's Trisha and Michael. Sorry.
And once everyone is settled, Davil sits kind of leaned up against something that's not really a chair. and a look of stoic concern and seriousness comes over his face. We need to talk about Voss.
And that is where we're going to take our break.
What do we have to talk about with fine decorations to hold flowers and lobsters?
God.
Oh, amazing. Okay, we
Sure,
will
it's
see
fine.
you soon.
Really
but
quick.
stay tuned in the intermission as we have a peek.
A sneak peek at the Velvet Lodge.
And you'll see why I look so scruffy.
All right. See you soon.
Happy hunting out there, folks. We'll hope you join us here for dinner at the Velvet Lodge.
Hello, and welcome to the Velvet Lodge.
Hey everyone, I'm Dustin.
And I'm Devin. We're the co-DMs of D4.
We have a big new announcement that is happening for the D4 community as well as the TTRPG community as a whole.
That's right, you might see some changes in the space that you frequent here as we move forward in rebranding ourselves. The main change is the company name, and we're moving forward with Elder Eye Entertainment.
And with that name change comes a brand new logo, and we are so excited to unveil our new logo designed by our good friend Jeffrey N. Baker, who also designed our D4 logo.
With this change comes some name changes on Twitch, YouTube, and all of our socials.
You may also see several stuff on new socials such as TikTok, which we plan to do some of your favorite moments and our favorite moments as highlights from our favorite shows. And even though we are rebranding to Elder Eye Entertainment, we'll still have D4 every Sunday with the same crew, the same cast, the same silly shenanigans that brings you both tears from laughing and crying.
Yes. We will still have our Discord and Patreon for our dedicated fans of the show, so don't fear that all of that's going to go away, because it's not. It's staying here for you because we love you as our fans. There just might be more things in the future.
Speaking of future, we have an amazing team and crew that have allowed us to build ourselves up beyond just a Sunday TTRPG live actual play show.
Yeah, we're moving into becoming an actual full production studio, which means that we need to represent ourselves as such, but that also means more content for you to enjoy.
And with that new content, it's going to allow us to push ourselves and push that brand of what you think an actual play is further into being more immersive, both visually and audibly, in a more cinematic style.
We also have plans to provide more content just beyond the TTRPG experience, so stay tuned for those announcements in the future as well. We want to thank you already for your years of support, and know that it is now appreciated more than ever.
We have some really awesome and amazing content coming up in the future, but we need your help building the brand more so than ever, so more people can enjoy the same things you do.
Not everyone will see this video, so we need your help spreading the information and the enthusiasm for the brand, the D4 show, highlight clips, and all of our future shows to come.
Keep your eyes glued to our social media posts and be on the lookout for any new announcements there and before our games on Sundays. Remember, be excellent to each other.
And keep watching.
Bibbidi bobbidi bobbidi boop beep bop boop. Here we go.
This is in the cut. Okay. with that, let's hear from our sponsors.
Loud now!
Well, howdy, y'all.
You know what else you need to be a player? Sweet, sweet bling. And you can get that sweet, sweet bling at Beetle and Grimm's Pandemonium Warehouse. That's beetleandgrims.com.
I want you to look deep inside yourself. I want you to reach into the empty pit that is your soul and realize you have nothing. Nothing. Why? Because you don't have a cauldron. I have a cauldron. I'm looking inside the cauldron, taking off the lid and looking at the cauldron. What's inside the cauldron? Everything.
Oh, hey there. Didn't see you come in. Hi. You might know me from some shows. Hey, Logan, don't I look like Harold Hovelton?
Yes.
No, I'm wrong. I'm Harvey
No,
Higginbotham,
no.
right? And I am a freewheeling, free-dealing merchant man.
They've got all sorts of things that'll make your players go, ooh, daddy. You can get amazing necklaces. You can get coins. You can get all sorts of sweet, sweet props.
Expanded subclasses, because it's Tasha's cauldron of everything. Everything's inside of Tasha's cauldron of everything. There's expanded subclasses, new subclasses. Oh, you thought subclasses were good? I got subclasses on your subclasses. You want character options? There are so many character options here, you can't even have it. It's everything, everything. And group patrons. One was enough. Now your group can get involved in the patron game. Want everybody involved in the patron game? Tired of separate religious wars? Get on the group patron game. All new spells, artifacts, and magic tattoos. Have that tramp stamp on your back. Cast a magic missile all you want. Expanded rules options. You thought there weren't enough rules? You want new rules? You want to try out new rules? You want to break the system, make your own system? Tasha's cauldron of everything's got all of that. And you want puzzles? Suddenly, your party comes across a dragon horde, and all of a sudden they're playing the most deadly game of Sudoku you've ever seen. The plethora of puzzles are at your available when in Tasha's cauldron of everything.
You need somebody who's going to make your miniatures that can handle all this. You need somebody who's ready with some free posing. There's only one place you can go to get something like that, and that's Eldritch Foundry. That's right. You heard it straight here from Harvey Higginbotham, a real person that I didn't make up 10 seconds before I came on the show.
Pull it out. Get it. Everything. There's a soul in your hole, and the soul is shaped like Tasha's cauldron of everything. Hashtag Beyond. Put it in. Why aren't you doing it? Come on, man.
Am I beautiful?
Always. Without further ado.
You love Dungeons & Dragons, the best way to hang with your friends and get your face out of a screen. Now, experience the ultimate way to play by hanging out with your friends with your face in a screen. You mean I can finally play D&D from the toilet? Asking for a friend. D&D Beyond. Explore strange new worlds and fantastical cities, thanks to a company in a really boring one. And subscribe to create unlimited characters for your adventures.
Who's with me?
With a toolset that handles all the tedious math and reference stuff for you, so that you can focus on building the Centaur Oath of the Open Sea Paladin of your dreams, and easily access reference material to double-check what any of that means. Ocean-loving horseman? I'll call him Centaur. Then, roll digital dice directly on your character sheet, so that your party can see how kick-ass he is. Or not. Rest in peace, Centaur. Rest in peace. You're my boy, Centaur. Well, back to the character creator. Take up the mantle of Dungeon Master to add friends to your campaign. Enable content sharing so that the entire party can access your books and content. Then, after you've noted who didn't bring snacks, unleash unspeakable terrors on them using the Encounter Builder and Combat Tracker. Owlbear? Nah. Giant Spider? Too basic. Ah, here we go. You never bring chips, huh, Dave? You get the gelatinous cube. Classic. D&D is for everyone. D&D Beyond makes it easy. Friggin' Dave, better bring snacks next time. Tell him about the good stuff too, Dave. Tater tots or his wizard rots.
Pick up your gear and open your chests. Throw on your armor and head out on a quest. Hey, hey. It's a brand new day. On the shore coast, your allies will help with blades and bows and magic as well. Hey, hey. Heroes on their way. Fighting together against overwhelming odds. Fighting together in favor of multiple gods. Idle champions of the forgotten realms. Idle
we then
Pick up a snack.
make our way to Harold and Foss.
So anyway, that's the reason I had to return them. It turns out that the inside lining of the
You've actually told me this story twice now.
Okay, I'm just making sure that you knew, because if you see the pants, don't wear them, don't buy them, don't get them. They're bad news. They rash incarnate.
Harold, I know the shape, the size of the pants. I know how the pants felt whenever they went on your inseam. I know how the pants left the rash. I know the color and the shape of the rash. I know how long the rash was there.
Did I tell you how long the zipper was?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just making sure.
The zipper was 3 inches long. It was made in brass.
Wow, you are really...
It made a song up and down whenever you pressed it up and down. I remember all of these things, Harold. Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Because every time we travel, you talk about the rash pants, Harold. You won't stop talking about the rash pants.
I just feel like it's important people know. My legs suffered so that I could tell stories, okay? This is my job. Where are we going again? Where are we going?
And we're back.
Hey, the group made it back to Waterdeep, specifically Troll Skull Alley, and
been a lot of catch up. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, a lot of laughs, a lot of tears,
a lot of private conversations.
12 babies.
But now it's not private anymore, as they all gather to talk to Davil about
my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Davil's your boyfriend.
Yeah.
The timing on that was a little weird.
Wait. I heard Davil and then coughed.
Yeah. You got with Davil to talk about, and you said my boyfriend. But
Yeah.
your boyfriend.
We're going to talk about Davil.
It's their old friend, Voss.
Oh, well, kind of. Not for lack of trying.
So, getting back into it, seeing your reactions, some of like, oh, I haven't thought about this man in a while, and the others are afraid of what truths may be told in the upcoming moments. And he says,
Davil, can I do something?
it's your house, you can do whatever you wish.
I want to cast a spell.
I would love to cast a spell as well.
I consent.
Cool. What are you going to do?
I cast Zone of Truth.
Oh, perfect. Mine's going to take a little bit longer. She puts the 4 wands in the corners of the room and then invokes the private sanctum.
Anybody resisting Zone of Truth?
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do I roll?
Oh, I should look up what the
Did
save
you say out loud what you're casting?
No.
Okay.
Go up to the top.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
It's it's only a 16 charisma, so I don't think Harold can fail it.
Bitch, he said he consented.
I did not fail it.
Okay. Did it,
But I
did it take
guess
effect
on the
Davil?
flip side of
It
that,
100% took effect. It took effect on him first.
I will say that he doesn't know you're casting it.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, she said, I'd like to cast a spell, but she didn't say what the spell was.
Yeah, but if you're asking what to cast, I'm gonna flip a coin, and if it's high, well, no, high would be good. High would be he trusts you. Low would be he knows what's going on. Let me go ahead. He knows what's going on.
Okay.
He resists it.
Does it take effect on you?
Nope.
Got it.
Is everything done?
Absolutely not.
It's going to take about 10 minutes.
10 minutes goes by.
Oh, I thought you meant in general. She says in the Zone of Truth.
And how long does Zone?
Zone lasts 10 minutes, so I cast it again.
It's okay. You can, knowing what...
You can cast
You can
it
work
when-
together, it's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
at
okay.
the end of the private sanctum.
Okay. Keep everything the
We
same then.
love coordinating combos.
So,
Yeah, we're really good at that.
how did you enter the city?
North Gate? Or no, not the North
That's
Gate.
right. I sent
through the field ward.
the
Field ward,
thorns
yeah.
to find you up there.
Yeah, gunpoint.
It's he thinks back and he goes, it's sad that we didn't finish building the sewers before the city fell, otherwise you could have gotten into the sewers from the field ward. But
Looks like a lot of other things were happening.
thing is that despite the sewers not really being finished, and he pauses for a second, or perhaps they are and we don't have traversing through the ground, did you notice the smoke in the field ward?
I don't remember. Did I notice smoke in the field ward?
Your passive perception would have noticed, but you are unsure if it's anything more than just more people burning fires and stuff like that.
I mean, there was smoke, but it wasn't...
It's cold.
I couldn't tell why.
Chimneys.
Well,
No, blacksmiths, gunsmiths.
You've noticed there are a few more people in Troll Skull Alley, but not all of the city is obviously here.
Yeah.
I would hope not.
There's 4 places in the city that they can be. Here, the field ward, the sea ward. Well, hold on. We'll just say the city proper as it's Manchun City. And then below Yawning Portal. That's where a majority of them made it. There was a insurgents team that was tasked to clear out a path towards the Yawning Portal and clear out the first layer of the Mad Mage.
I was assuming that they...
Undermountain.
Undermountain, yeah. I was assuming they didn't take them deep. That's...
No.
How are they... How are they doing?
Well, that's where Laurel and Vajra are.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're leading warwards. Those that were not assimilated either by Manchun's men or by Voss's have a rebellion against Manchun, growing in the belly of Undermountain.
Led by the
They're calling it the Guild of Staves and Steel.
They should be the Gilded Badgers.
What?
Because they kill snakes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I should know that.
I think it's mongoose.
Or a honey
Mongoose?
badger. Mongoose.
There are
Certain
plenty.
raptors-
There are plenty of rodents that kill snakes.
Is the rebel group Voss's?
No, the one that's in Undermountain is the loyalists to Laurel and Vajra. I have to let you know, though, the city's divided. Not obviously just because Manchun took power, but there are some that think that Laurel and Vajra did not do enough. Some question why the statues did not walk against the aberrant creature immediately, and there are some that blame them for walking too soon, knowing that thousands would have died in their wake. It was pretty easy for Manchun to usurp power. But we're here to talk about Voss. The smoke you saw, yes, some is from people's homes. But he's created an industrial revolution.
What does that mean?
He's done what he wanted to do. Part of it.
I don't know everything. I have my network of sparrows.
They're
But he knows them.
I'm gonna play off
Okay.
as Davil. I'm just gonna both play Davil here just to help with some stuff.
Okay.
Just FYI, make it a little weird. Davil's got 2 voices. But...
That's gonna be weird for you.
Oh no, I'm going to be talking to the right brain.
Yeah.
Huh?
Can we bring in?
Nope.
Okay.
Yep. He initially came to me and let me know what his plan was for the field ward. Wanted the Doom Raiders to be in on it. But it was way too despotic. But he got Istrid. Convinced her. She's no longer a part of us.
Voss has left the Doom Raiders.
That came later. We use Trollskull as a base of operations to assist civilians who wouldn't risk the trip to the field ward. Had nowhere to go or simply didn't trust Voss or Manchun, but he supported our efforts under the condition that any skilled craftsman, including Tally and Embrick,
sorry,
and Avi, that they would be allowed transport into the field ward. I can tell you, we still have those three. But most of the guilds, from what I can ascertain, were already being spoken to before the fall. For this trade, we would have any information on Zentar movements. This went pretty well.
Until?
Well, if you see Zaraj, you'll notice something's different.
What happened?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
he?
Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay.
Did he do that to Zaraj?
What? To what?
As they say, there's an eye for an eye. Zaraj struck first.
What did he...
And she traces how big of just a marred mess. Just about that much was taken.
I think Zaraj will step in at this point.
Ah!
Yeah.
And you can kind of steps into the doorway.
Through the fog.
Yep. Through the fog, and you can see that the left side of his face is just awful, marred and maimed.
Is it burn or is it...
You see a socket. It looks like it's been healed back, but could not be regenerated.
Yep. It looks like a puncture wound that was reformed.
Oh my gosh.
He just crosses his arms.
The reason why he went after him is because we received your message. And we know what Voss is.
And what he did.
What message was that?
I told them Voss was bloodmate. The last time I saw him, he showed up in this fancy red outfit, and his hair, he had red through his hair. And then I thought he was doing Red Wing. And I said something about it and he didn't correct me, but he didn't respond. And after we started learning about Bloodmane, I put it together.
Whispers, though, that he tried to atone for this. And Davil looks over at Zaraj. There's a pit in the middle of the field ward.
He calls it the Penance Pit.
If you walked through the thoroughfare, you weren't too far from it. But not many people, unless you are welcomed into the field ward, go beyond the thoroughfare. It's said that he stripped himself down and made himself bare, both physically and emotionally, in the sense that he stripped his burdens of his past by coming clean, told all of the people that he wished to offer salvation to must make a choice of if he was worthy, and allowed everyone to take one swing with a whip against his form, and Istrid kept him alive in agony the entire time.
What?
If he survived, it was their choice on if he had sought retribution, salvation. I'm sure you can guess what the answer was. This time, one of the reasons why we stood by him before knowing this information is just this person that succumbed to make sure that he was worthy of the field ward and offered them protection. And knowing who he was and why, some of us couldn't offer that forgiveness.
I put an arrow through his right eye. I thought that was it. It was not. He has the Viper on his side as well.
Oh, well, they've always been friends. Or something.
It's obvious to believe that he has the Gonsmiths on his aid as well.
Clearly.
That's the only reason why he would have such an army of Nimblerites forged for war.
And he's got us over a barrel because there's nothing we can do to him without hurting the field ward.
We'd be killing the hero.
We'd be fighting the people who live there.
How long had he had to have been planning this?
A long time.
Voss and I have had many conversations. Even when I welcomed him into the Doom Raiders, I made him come clean about his aspirations. Obviously, he didn't tell me his full plan. He told me some of it. And everything justified the means.
A lot of people think that.
He has, and you see Davil swallow like a big pill with this, offered them salvation and protection. He has come clean. I just can't work with a man like that.
So let me get this straight. The penance pit is still there?
It is where they hold trial.
And what happens when somebody is found guilty?
It depends on the crime. You are either whipped and forgiven, or you are executed on the spot.
Davil kind of, because honestly, it's not much different than the Code Legal. Just this one's done in public instead of private.
Well, I've got 37 scars to prove that.
We know that Manchun has attempted to assassinate him at least 7 times.
Jesus, Moradin.
Each time failed. One
Why
time,
is that?
we don't know. One time it came close, but someone close to him took the fall for it.
It's hard to assassinate an assassin.
Who was it?
I do not know.
As I'm sure you're aware, most of the time anyone sees Manchun, it's hard to tell if it's the real one.
Yeah.
Because it never is.
What do we do?
Manchun is also seen as a savior.
Ooh.
He controls the Honorable Knight.
He was the one who publicly fought
Yeah,
the
well.
beast.
There are no more masked lords, but I would not say that there are not masked lords, if you understand what I mean.
I do.
I think I do. I'm in a zone of truth, sorry.
And,
So, it looks like instead of a 4-way war, this might be a 3-way one.
We also know that he has granted clemency to any dispersed Xanathar agents.
Voss or Manchun?
Voss.
Sure he is.
He needs the bodies.
He's always been a fan of Xanathar.
Nature abhors a vacuum. Who do you suppose is going to be the new Xanathar?
I would like to know where Reddard is.
what do you think?
I do not know this Reddard.
There's a friend of Voss's, I've met him.
He has a wine stain mark. You may have seen him in the alley a few times, if you were here. My heart would like to ask that he is with Vajrasavar and Lord Silverhand or here.
He is not. I know this for a fact. That description matches the description of the one who took the fall of the last attempt on his life.
Who? I'm sorry.
Who is this?
What?
Reddard.
No.
The boy we saved from
From the Xanathar lair. The first one.
Or the Xanathar.
Xanathar. It was Xanathar.
It was Xanathar.
The boy with the
'Cause
wine
the
stain.
thing was there.
I remember.
And he's gone. Reddard is gone. He's dead.
That's who Zaraj saw fall or heard. Yeah, that's what we...
What about Karnan? Which side did he end up on?
From what we from what I've been able to gather, he has not been active.
That's good.
I believe he and the painter are in Undermountain.
That makes sense.
claim. Perhaps their specialties were called upon by the Order of Staves and Steel, or the Coalition of Insurgents.
Or maybe they just want to be safe.
I don't blame them. And he looks towards you.
She looks away and is very quiet, knowing that she's under a zone of truth.
So, Manchun and Voss are in a fight. Is Voss made any moves himself in an aggressive way, or is he just on the defensive?
Voss is a man of machinations. So his plans are aggressive. They just typically slowly burn until it's too late, obviously. He has not been openly aggressive yet. That's because he doesn't feel like he has the upper hand.
He doesn't like a fair fight. He says it himself all the time.
People are still useful to him.
I believe it would be wise of us to observe the two-person rule.
Well,
not for everyone in the alley, but us.
I don't blame him, because all the reports of the castle ward, it's not pretty out there. There's stardust in Manchun's hands. It's a drug that heightens abilities, and he's offering it to people.
Tried it out at the Black Staff.
What's going on in the castle ward?
It's still in ruins, but it's the main fighting ground between the rebels and Manchus.
Okay.
He looks towards Harold. Losing the Red Wing is a heavy blow.
Well,
It's the one thing that kept Manchun at bay for a while.
well, then I know what we need to do. We need to call the Red Wing back.
I don't know if it's enough now. He's amassed too much power.
Oh no. I know the one thing he's scared of. We just have to play it very carefully. And I have one more shot at getting close to him. But here's the problem. If we kill Manchun, Voss will immediately act. If we kill Voss, Manchun will immediately act. So
What if we use of an enemy of my enemy is my friend? You choose who's on the other end.
Who would you put at your side? A guy who used the fact the city was destroyed to take it over? Or the guy who's been trying to destroy the city subtly ever since he got here?
He wasn't trying to destroy the city. He was trying to destroy the hierarchy.
The hierarchy was the city.
He never had a problem with the common people. It was the nobles.
And tell that to the people in that line outside at gunpoint getting all their possessions over to these people.
Harold,
that they
I'm just telling you the truth as
not-
I know it.
It's not the possessions he's looking for. Seisha's right. He's making everyone a commoner. There is a fee to get in for their protection, but I'm guessing that's because it cost a lot to make that protection. But any noble that fled and did not have the magical means to leave the city in an instant, the closest sanctuary was a wall into the field ward, and all nobles were stripped of all possessions. You're found to be a noble, you have nothing. Except for protection.
A glance at V.
V's like, don't look at me. But like, with her eyes. Nah, she doesn't actually say it out loud. She just like looks away.
He wouldn't try to do that to V.
Yeah, he would.
You made it through. It's hard to say. But if you made it through, that means he knows. You're back in the city.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why I think we should observe the two-person rule.
I will say, not many of the field ward make it into Manchun City.
I don't think it'll be any of them coming after us if it happens.
I don't know how to process all this.
He is sieging the city.
I know.
It is what he is preparing for. I can see it in the way he moves his troops. There have been
Let's be honest with ourselves. The last time he spoke with V, he specifically said if the city fell, it would benefit him.
But he didn't actively trying to make the city fall, did he?
I don't think he...
I mean, he helped us get information about questionable people in Waterdeep before the fall.
He sees everything as obstacles to his path. Powerful people are means for him to not get what he wants.
We don't know.
He was going to kill V if V didn't kill her father and then kill her father.
We don't know how it happened, but he acquired a lot of money and a lot of resources in a very, very short amount of time.
Well, I might actually have an answer to that.
Zaraj nods, but you, like, Zaraj is not in the zone.
Yeah.
Finley holds her hand out impatiently, like...
There was another Voss saved? Question mark. He doesn't really know the story of that. An accountant.
Shit. Finley's eyes go wide and then immediately
forcibly squint.
Like, whoa, that's crazy. I've never heard about an accountant. That's crazy.
You are in the zone of truth.
Yeah, that's why she's like...
Oh my god.
From when we had conversations, this was never his plan. His plan was to undermine and sweep the rug out from those that had money and power by squeezing them and blackmailing them and making
friends,
their transactions and other dealings come to light. And a lot of people would pay a lot of good money to keep that quiet. I had no problem with it.
Sure.
If you're dirty with your money and you're undermining the city, that's why I agreed to help him. Seemed no problem to me.
But
we would
now
also keep tabs on those that were causing problems for the city. I mean, the Doom Raiders were looking to become similar to the Zentarum.
Regardless of what his plan originally was, he still took advantage of the people affected. I mean, not just the common people lost their livelihoods, everyone did.
And he offered everyone the exact same. Again, in the beginning, I saw nothing wrong.
He wants to literally reforge everything. He still has the programming of his past. Break it down so we can make it the way we want it.
That's how a lot of people are assimilated into very dark cults. And militias.
So, he used this accountant to steal all the money. Now he's got enough firepower to combat mages. He's got automatons that can't be affected by the average spells. He presumably has ways of making more if he's made friends with Gon. So every time we don't do something about him, we're setting him up for more forces. Not to mention, the only easily accessible place to get in the city is the field ward. He's set himself up entirely from success, from the ground up, and he's long-term, there's no chance Manchun can pull the kind of stuff he's pulling, not without great effort that he doesn't have to put in anymore. All he has to do is outlast him.
I don't know if his goal is to become the ruler. I don't.
Oh, I don't think that's his goal at all.
I don't either.
I just think that he wants to set up a world in which he thinks things are fair.
Again,
and while I understand,
difference at that point?
Because once he's got it in place, he's going to step away.
I don't believe that.
He'll move on to the next city. He'll move on to the next thing he sees as unfair.
Do the same thing there. This is still wrong.
I don't
It's all wrong.
think he will. I think he'll feel like this was enough and the monster should go away.
Then you truly do not know him. And you need to stop lying to yourself, Seisha.
Enough. We have way more dealings than either of you do, no matter how much you know. We've seen who he is.
I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is we don't know his plans. We only see what has been done. And I am at your aid with whatever you plan to do next. We can't...
What do you mean?
Here's my Here's the conundrum. If one of them dies, the other one will take advantage.
So
I don't think any of us are looking outright to just kill Voss. But I also know from experience how frustrating it is to speak any sort of logic to him.
Seisha, you see Zaraj give you an apologetic, almost bow for lashing out, and will take just a slight step back and kind of go back to a stoic. Like
Mhm.
maybe there's a reason he doesn't talk.
She gives him that kind of.
I'm not saying we have to move, and I'm not telling you to make a choice. All I'm saying is that whatever choice you make, we're at your side. However, there are pressing matters that, in my opinion, are a little bit more important. What does a city mean if the world is gone?
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, Baldur's Gate is still standing.
Wow. I'm guessing the Order of the Gauntlet is doing well down there?
And Baldur's Gate always took care of Baldur's Gate.
What I mean by that is the city is in a shithole, run by terrible fucking people. So is Baldur's Gate.
Ah.
But right now, what we have that Baldur's Gate doesn't, besides the insurgents fights, is open murder. Because if there's one thing the city doesn't believe in, is worshipping a god of murder, who's dead twice now.
Yeah, some people theorize 3.
So, here's the question. What's the next step?
I don't know.
There's something you need to know as well. Auntie Agnes is dead. Which is good. Go us.
Fuck yeah.
No, hold on. In her dying breaths, she called back Shothragot. And she called back Gondor and...
That's not his name, but don't correct it. Do not correct it.
Back here. Now, we have no means of knowing whether she was important enough to make that sort of call. But my assumption is that side of things is very coherent with one another and are just listening to the dwindling forces they have left for what they should do.
What I was...
That means if they arrive back in the city, we get round 2 of the statues moving around, which could one step ruin what we've set up here.
You probably want to speak to Vajra. But you're not wrong. If that is a true threat, I fear for the city's safety and its future. Just when I was starting to love this place.
No, just because things get difficult doesn't mean the love should be gone.
I know. And looks over towards Finley.
Here's my thought. We start by getting in touch with Vajra. We plan a conversation with Voss.
I'll reach out to him.
And here's the other part of that. We need to be prepared if Voss sees us as obstacles, because that conversation will go south extremely quickly and we won't have a chance to defend ourselves. It's time to get real. Voss is not going to let us stand in the way of what he wants. He's proved that with V. And I, for one, am not going to be caught off guard. And if it's me or him, it's going to be him.
If it's any of us, it'll always be him. At this point.
I've seen one too many people come into power. I've seen one too many maniacs. Either Voss gets the picture or he doesn't. What he's done for the field ward, half good, half bad, I'm not the one to say whether he's right or wrong. It's a tough life we're living right now. And frankly, he made them safe. You can't deny it. He was right about the guns. It gave people with nothing hope. And it's a frustrating situation to look at the world changing so quickly, but you can't say he's entirely wrong. He isn't. The question is what he's going to do.
Excuse me. And Seisha gets up, pulls herself off Biblio, and goes to the bathroom and throws up.
If he wants to follow Seisha to try to comfort her.
Hold her hair back.
Yeah, pretty much. Hold her hair back and be like, and kind of do her best to rub her back, I guess, without hurting her.
She...
Like, it's okay. Well, it's not okay, but like, it's, you know, it's okay that it's not okay.
How do you do those things?
I don't know, but instead of racking my brain trying to figure out how someone can be a certain way, when you thought previously they weren't capable of said things, I instead just try to wrap my head around the idea that maybe I just didn't know them as well as I thought I did.
I watched him rebuild himself. I
know.
I basically watched him grow up. And I didn't want to believe it when I
know. And I was raised by my dad.
How did you come to terms with it?
You know, I don't know if you ever really come to terms with it, but confronting him again after so long, I just kind of got the startling realization that I simply just didn't know him the way that I thought that I did. He had grown into something else that I didn't really recognize as much anymore. I mean, he's still recognizable, but it's different. It's like, you know someone's capable of doing something awful, but then like the reality of them doing it is so much worse.
Seisha, with these words and nurturing Voss back into health, knowing who he was, what he's become, you kind of see the parallel.
Yep.
Of this person that was born and bred through a class system, forced to do evil things, completely broken by it and destroyed, and then rebuilt into something else.
Something far greater, in their opinion.
I know that Voss isn't gone, but he's not, dead, but the boss you knew, I think, needs to be mourned as if he were. Because sometimes people, I guess, just reach a point where you can't reach them anymore.
You know, the thing I can't get past is he told me what he wanted to do.
He told you his plan? And did you think it was just never going to happen?
I think I wanted to.
Well, it's not your fault. None of this is your fault, simply just because you knew. Because how could you know he was actually going to go through with it?
I didn't think he'd be able to.
He unfortunately is an incredible person.
Yeah.
And,
Does it ever get easier?
a little bit. The thing about grief is that it never goes away. You just learn to grow around it until it doesn't affect you as much anymore. So first it fills you up entirely, but then as you continue to grow, the grief stays the same size. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you just learn to
It's kind of like
find ways
when,
to live with it.
when a tree is injured and it grows a knot. The injury doesn't go away, but...
But the tree stays intact?
Yeah.
I didn't know that's why trees had knots. Oh my gosh.
That or something burrows into them.
Oh, right. That's a different metaphor for a different time.
Yeah. Thank you, V.
Yeah, no problem. It's difficult when you think that if you just sit down and have a conversation with them, you think that you can change their mind or influence them, but it reaches a certain point where nothing can reach them. They have to make the decision for themselves. You can't make it for them.
Yeah.
And if this is his decision, all we can do is react to it, I guess. I'm sorry that this happened. I know my relationship with Boss has always been shaky, but I really did hope he would get better.
V, this is kind of me being hoisted by my own petard.
What?
No, petard, it's like a small explosive device.
What?
And
Okay.
so the saying is hoisted, so you like fly up into the air by my own petard because your little explosive went off. And so you kind of, basically, you screwed yourself.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that.
No, this is me being so pushy about what you needed to do with your dad. This is the universe giving me perspective of what I put you through, and I'm really sorry.
It's okay. I mean, we all knew that something was gonna have to happen with my dad eventually. But it just was really frustrating having to work with someone in our group who was so similar to, I guess, our collective enemy, that it got really frustrating and hard after a while. And I grew really, really bitter over it.
Yeah.
And I know that put a lot of strain on our relationship, our dynamic as a group. I know things were pretty bleak between everyone for a minute there. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of discourse, a lot of just not relating to one another. Which I'm used to.
Yeah.
From my own family. You know? It just kind of felt like maybe this is just how groups inevitably end. I don't know. I haven't really experienced anything different.
Welcome to the BFGs, baby.
But I think with the situation with Boss, we all know what we're gonna need to do, what it'll come to. And, but I'm not gonna pressure you to act now. Or do it immediately. Or, I don't know, go on a whole additional side quest, find your ancestors before having to deal with the problem. I don't know.
Yeah, did that.
Sorry, I feel like I'm starting to talk in circles at this point.
No, we should probably get back. I just wanted to thank you for one more thing. Thank you for the hug after Agnes.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's hard, you know.
It's weird. It felt hollow.
You think it's going to feel triumphant. You think it's going to feel good. You think it's going to feel anything at all. But it doesn't. And I'm sorry that it's not as satisfying. Revenge, any of that kind of stuff is just never as satisfying as you imagine it to be.
And at the end of your conversation, V, what's your charisma modifier?
My charisma... Oh, hold on. Why? It's not up. Give me half a second. I have the website up, not the character sheet. My charisma modifier is +1.
Seisha, you gain 15 temporary hit points from probably the most inspiring speech V has ever given.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so cute.
That was amazing.
Yeah, no kidding, actually.
Oh, gosh.
This is
I was just saying how this is incredible.
Yeah.
I have 25 temporary hit points currently. Oh, does it 15? Okay.
Yeah, it goes to the highest.
I'll take the 15.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I feel a lot better. Thanks, V.
No problem. I knew returning to the city wasn't going to be easy for any of us. But especially you, given the current situation.
I think it's going to be real rough on Harold, too. And probably Venley.
Yeah, that too, but for different reasons.
Yeah. Let's get back.
Okay.
And she gives V just a big hug.
BT poses.
She takes V's arms and just
She starts
puts them
dominance.
around her gently. Just like that.
She hover hands.
Okay, that's good. That's a good hug.
After hurting Harold, she's like, I'm just ahead of this now.
And then we head back out.
Before you return, the Zone of Truth will drop.
Yeah.
Yep. And Dabble gives you a moment, but does have a conversation with those that are left behind. Is she going to be okay?
Oh, yeah. She'll be fine. She just is getting hit hard by the truth. The same way we all did. It's just hitting her later than the rest of us.
But she's strong.
So am I, because I feel like I drank an entire bottle of my wine by myself.
You feel like, or you did?
I feel like. I'm guessing she made us speak the truth.
Oh, that's what you
It would seem so. So,
You're all friends and allies, and she's even a Doom Raider. I don't know why she thought I would lie.
well, when we've been at the business we've been at for so long and met so many people that seemed extremely trustworthy that then turned on us,
Whether they meant to or not.
it's just better safe than sorry.
I hold no ill will, just pointing out some observations. But
never underestimate anybody anymore.
So what about the Harpers?
don't know. They're a secret organization. They're hard to get a hold of even when things are going well. I'm sure they're still out there, especially with an insurgence of people that are loyalists to Laurel Silverhand.
You've seen nothing from Vincent Trench?
Like I said, he was lost at the fall of the city. He seemed pointed in his direction, but I don't know what happened.
Harold, perhaps I could send him a sending.
I don't think that's a good idea. What about Renair? Anything from him?
I believe he's with the Order of Staves and Steel.
Oh, good.
It's the people.
I gotta tell you, I'm pretty angry at Voss.
My instinct is to say conflicted with our history, but I'm not conflicted.
Oh my god, I'm sorry I did not ask this sooner. Did you get rid of the Lich? Did you do everything I said? That is an extremely pressing issue that we need to address right now.
Yes. Yes, I killed him. With my sister.
Great,
And
great.
Destroyed
You destroyed it.
the phylactery. Yes.
Okay. Good. I'm glad.
Siraj has a moment like,
the fuck?
Thank
I got
you.
a sending. I told them how to deal.
Says Lich. He's got a bow, like an arrow knocked. He's like, where?
Thank you for the advice.
What is the name of the group that Renair's with?
Staves.
Order of Staves and Steel.
Thank you. It would not stick in my brain.
That is Vajra and Laurel.
Mm-hmm.
So, then my next question is, let's say we got rid of Manchun. What would that actually even do?
Well, if
Bring
Laurel's
another
still alive, there's a possibility that we could make her open lord again. That is, if she took it. And also if the people would not revolt. It's hard to
Well,
mend that
it's like
skull.
1/4 of the city is going to revolt regardless. Nobody's going to be an answer for everybody, and that's always been the case for Waterdeep.
Yeah.
It is exceedingly difficult for me to look at my city like this. And I'm not saying it's mine, it's everybody's, but
it's your city you were placed in.
I grew up on these streets. I just want to see more people live in a safer version of it, and we were so damn close.
It's no matter the outcome of what it is, what it would have been is not pretty either way. Half the city was destroyed.
If Shothragot comes back, it's pretty believable the other half goes.
I'm concerned she called Shothragot to the Fae. With that
If
final
Shothragot
plea.
wants to have a fist fight with Baba Yaga, that's something well beyond our abilities.
That's all. That's all.
Time out.
That's all.
Thrash doesn't
No, we're not gonna brush
There's
past.
a whole other side story. I told you.
I love you.
Seisha told you.
Look at
Auntie
me.
Agnes was dead, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's how we did it.
Okay, you had just a casual conversation with the mother of all hags, and then boop, Auntie Agnes is gone.
Well, I told you things were complicated.
Did I fuck up here? What is happening?
Damn, I wish I could have met that bitch.
She was actually kind of very nice.
Don't lie to me.
This isn't before the zone of truth, pal. She was very polite. All they are. Sorry.
And V and Seisha can enter back in. And you see that there's a weird energy in the room now. It's kind of like a, the fuck? And damn.
Everything okay?
Oh yeah, everything's fine. Y'all just went and partied with the mother of all hags without me.
Oh, you heard.
We're big fans of moms, apparently.
Yeah, gonna have to talk to you about that, by the way.
What, Mama Uwe? She's
No.
made her spot right next to Follis.
Really?
It's actually very creepy and I love it.
I will need to talk to all of you. I have an idea. But it's really dumb and really dangerous.
I have to ask, is Mama Uwe a hag?
No.
No, that's so rude.
She is not.
No, but
It looks at you like the, are you sure?
She taught me magic. Some of her spells. I would know if they were hag magic now.
No, because
Let's-
I used to be able to tell if people were tied to
Why
the
don't
fae.
we just ask the expert? Hag or no?
well, even if she wasn't hag, she communicated with them. So even if she wasn't one, it would be reasonable to believe she can keep up with them.
She has done favors and asked nothing in return,
That's
which is not haggy.
also not true.
True.
When has she ever
Mama
given
Uwe's
us
just
anything for free?
There was something when we first met her that the exorcism. We didn't pay her for that.
Oh yeah, you did.
We did?
That's why you were sent to Ardite Forest.
Yep.
Yeah, we went to...
Wait, no.
Listen, Mama's just
No,
a tiny
no,
hag.
no, I'm remembering things. I'm remembering things.
We are literally getting way off track at this
Is
point.
she?
Look, is there any other pressing things we need to address now?
Besides stopping by, what brings you to Waterdeep?
Mm-hmm. Do you know who Nim is?
Sounds familiar either in passing with you all, but I do not think I've had the pleasure of meeting this Nim.
Aligned with the Temple of Gond.
Nim is a like a really advanced Nimblewright.
Oh.
And
so allied with Voss.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
yeah. Very much. And we need a part of him that will destroy him when we take him.
This.
And it's like a little, the small crystal embedded into your... Oh.
This is essentially his heart.
I know
his sword.
Harold has Renair's sword. Who has the piece of...
V.
V, that's right.
So, you want to steal this Nimblewright's heart, who is friends with Voss, who's probably using said Nimblewright as schematics for the ones that are being replicated. I'm pretty sure Voss is not going to like that.
I have a establishing question.
Mm-hmm.
Was Voss still with the group when we figured out what these were?
No.
Cool. Awesome.
If Voss is remotely reasonable, and I say this with whatever little I know, if he knew the difference in giving that source up and everything he worked for crumbling in the apocalypse, he might just be able to be convinced. I wouldn't say give it up, but he'd probably be able to be convinced somehow.
I have an idea. We put him between a rock and a hard place. We tell him, we are not asking you, we're asking Nim. And either this establishes whether or not he's a tyrant in control and he's the one who's actually in power, or whether he really believes that everyone's equal.
I like that.
You know what? That actually sounds very fair. Voss has always been, at least so far, upfront with that logic.
He's very big on free will.
What do we do if Nim says no?
I don't think Nim will.
I don't
Nim will
either.
be.
I cannot speak for Nim.
I
do
also
not
didn't think I'd meet Baba Yaga in my lifetime. But here we stand.
I genuinely don't think Nim will choose to continue existing at the end of the world.
Why wouldn't he?
Because
this was never his world.
Because he cares.
Isn't death intriguing?
I
don't.
I honestly think Nim cares.
To die would be an awfully big adventure.
We're just going to have to bet we have to make bets. And this is one of those ones we're hedging our bets. And if we hear no, then we have to make another plan. But once Nim says no, Voss knows we're coming back.
I mean, let's be honest. If Nim says no, we're going to murder him. Let's just say what we have to say.
Wow.
It's that or the world ends.
It's an automaton. We can get into the theoreticals of if it has a soul or not, if it's sentient or not, and then also you are correct. It is the fate of the world. They are very dark things that I had to do in order to save it last time.
Nim's reasonable. Nim's noble.
Nim has...
And I think we've even addressed this with Nim in the past.
I believe so too.
We have no choice. The trick is whether or not Voss will let us have that conversation.
If he has any honor, he will.
But he's Voss, and he's not an honorable man.
He likes to think.
What
At least
if...
he thinks so.
What if I distract him while you go deal with Nim?
He'll see it as us undercutting him.
That seems like something he would take personally. I think first having the conversation that Harold proposed of putting forth to see if he's a tyrant or not, making him eat his own words and actions, so to speak, is the first step. At least that's what I would do.
But how would that help us if we do this in private?
Why not just go speak to Nim without him?
I'm
Because
assuming...
we leave ourselves in the belly of the beast.
I thought from the way people were talking, it was known that Voss was with Nim. Did I misunderstand?
We're guessing. We don't know where Nim is. We have to assume Nim's with him because Gond is with him.
I mean, he has many of these nimble right automatons forged for war.
Yeah, but there's only one with a soul.
Listen, all you need to make a gingerbread cookie is one little man outline that you stamp. Nim is probably that outline.
If he got Nim involved, then he probably had Nim make improvements.
What about... No, never mind.
And improvements is in air quotes here.
Yeah.
If people have, and this is awful to say, but if people have the spell Shatter available to them, now would be the time to prepare it.
That or heat metal.
Well, I've always got that on hand. You know what I'm talking about, Devil. You know what I'm talking about.
I mean, it is a very underutilized spell.
I'm telling you.
Do you know how many people wear armor?
Tons of them.
There's a
And
reason
people
why
have gold fillings in their mouth. It's absurd.
Okay. Devil gives you this look of like, that's a little much, dude.
Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All right. You know what? Maybe it is a little fucked up.
No, if I heard of something inside the body, I'd target it as well.
Devil leans towards you and goes, you know, if they deserve it. Fuck
yeah,
them
of
now.
course, but only then.
So, who...
Oh, is there something you want to say? Were my words not chosen specifically?
I feel like they were, and that's why I'm making this face.
I missed something, it appears.
I'll tell you later.
We'll tell you when you're older.
I'm the old. Lily leans into Davil like, I'm the oldest here. What does she mean?
So,
It's good to see you again, Devil.
Oh, it's good to have you back.
it is very good to see you, and I'm glad that we have you guys on our side. You, Zaraj, everybody. The Doom Raiders, I gotta admit, for a long time I was really iffy about you guys, but I was wrong. You're all very
we're
good.
shits. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
But at this
there
point,
was someone else.
having seen the sheer stain of shit that can exist, you're on the nicer side.
Zone of Truth being gone.
We watched a guy shit at the gates of the capital of the elves!
In the courtyard.
I look at
Like
Zaraz
in
and
the
do this, and
Like, he just dropped Trow and let it go!
And Davil, I told him to do that.
You see a wave of emotions.
Truly, he is a bard.
Shock, pride, disappointment. And that disappointment's because he's not the one doing it.
Mm-hmm. Or wasn't there to see it.
Yeah, or wasn't there to see it. I am truly at a loss for words.
You are on an uncontrolled minecart of emotions.
Yes. But what I was saying before I was so gloriously interrupted, not rude at all, genuinely, if it's more of that, please keep it coming. My thought process was something else entirely that I've completely forgotten.
You were talking about the Zone of Truth being down.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to know what you have to say now.
Yeah,
that the Zone
I
of
was
Truth is
going to say something pretty pertinent that...
Do you need it back?
No. It doesn't matter if the truth is there if I don't know what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
How about we hear what your plan is, Seisha? Or is that a us thing, a BFG thing?
Whoa.
I mean...
She's also a Doom Raider.
Yeah.
Okay.
So although I did tell you BFG business is BFG business and Doom Raider business is Doom Raider business.
My business.
Am I a BFG?
Oh, well, honey, I don't think you should... I don't think that's necessary to qualify that in terms.
Give us 1 second. Over the mental link. Okay, so what's the opinion here?
On what? Him being a BFG?
Yeah.
No, we need this separation as much as possible. He just said he's a shit.
Well, having people who are shits has never been an issue for us.
I don't need somebody stepping on my shittiness. I'm the shit on this team.
Oh, is it because he's a bard?
Jumping back and forth between everyone who's...
Wait, is it because he's a bard, Harold?
Shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Devil starts casting
really
a spell.
sensitive about that.
I'm not sensitive about that. I'm just the best bard.
Petunia?
Right? And then she kind of like covers up her mouth to try to block from Harold being like, he likes to be the only bard in every team. He doesn't like being challenged for that position. He's never in bard school. He could never pass the band exam.
Okay, whoa! This is a telepathic bond, V.
And then she's just like, because he's more of a solo artist.
And you hear it.
So much sense. Petunia, you might want to roll Arcana.
You hear it.
Davil cast a spell.
Casting.
Or is casting a spell. I'm assuming you did too.
Oh, yeah.
I most certainly did.
Finley knows what's going on.
Yeah, you did.
I know what's happening.
28? Cool. You also know he's casting Rory's telepathic bond. And he's just playing a song, just kind of listening in.
Guys.
Yeah?
We all
What
are
are you
in the
talking
same
about,
group.
Petunia?
We probably are having this conversation amongst every single one here. You're all very talented people.
What?
I don't know what possibly you could mean, Petunia, but what I was going to say about Davil
Yeah?
was that as much as I would love to have him as a BFG, and she turns to face him without moving her mouth, still in the telepathic bond, I think it's best to keep our business separate from their business. It keeps us focused in separate areas.
He stops playing the song.
At the end of the day, we're all still a team.
It's all you dislike the guy. He's great. He's handsome. He's smart.
Okay, wait. I got this. Davil.
Are you speaking out loud?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah?
You are so great.
Look, if you want to have the private conversation, you can have the private conversation. I'm no longer listening.
You are so great. And we
Oh, yeah,
really
this
love
guy-
spending time with you.
Every bard has never experienced being shut down from a role. That's certainly. He doesn't know where this is going, I'm sure.
It's not you.
Oh, there it is.
I will say I remember exactly what I wanted to say. Listening in on your conversation actually prompted me to remember what it was. And that is, once all of this Manchun and Voss stuff is taken care of, the Doom Raiders still have the plan to be the underbelly. I just want that to be known. Do with that information as what you will.
No arguments here, honestly.
This is a look at your concern, but this is nothing new, and we promise that we do actually have the good intentions of the people, and it's better if people like us run the underbelly than people like them. Money's money. And look at Zaraj, be like, I think we should keep an eye on the alleyways. You never know what's going to come through the walls.
Nods and then leaves to the front door.
Oh, I do need to tell you something at some point. I'll catch up with you later.
You'll know where to find me.
Yeah. There's not a lot of options.
There are plenty of options where we're going.
And he leaves.
Okay. So this is probably a terrible idea. Might be one of the worst ideas I've ever had. You know how I've been thinking a lot, and I think it might be a good idea if we try to take advantage of the things that we can understand and you know who can't. The Elder Eye can't.
Eyeball bitch.
Accordion music, like holidays.
Emotion.
There's a lot of things I think we get that it doesn't.
Emotion.
Motion.
Heart. I want to see if Mama Uwe can do the thing she did to let me talk to my father. But I want us to go into George Forsaken's head and talk to him. Forsworn.
No,
George
his head's
Forsworn.
Forsaken.
Forsaken's also.
Yeah. George Forsworn's head. To walk into his dreams and try to talk to him.
Is that safe?
The last time we did it, it was in Halam's head, and it almost killed us because of the corruption in Halam's head.
But there's more in George's head than just the Elder Eye.
I'm gonna be the guy to say
You're
it.
talking about the gods?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the guy to say it. I'm just gonna throw it out there, and you know, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm normally the bleeding heart on this team, and I believe anybody can be redeemed. If George Forsworn went in the fucking ground, he earned it.
But here's the thing. If we can talk to him and learn about him, then when it comes time that we face him in battle, we can reach him and try to convince him to fight the control.
I tried to. I gave it my best effort. He heard every word I said and still couldn't do anything.
Harold, we don't know anything about him. It wasn't pulling something that he loves, that he believes in, that is sacred to him. If we can get those emotions, those thoughts.
The names of his friends.
Yeah. His party members. People he knew, people he loved. If we can learn who he is, then when you try again, you can appeal to him on a personal level, and it's more likely to reach him.
I trust your judgment. But I'm going to say, I don't think there's any reason I should have any sort of emotional connection to a man I want dead. It'll just make it harder when I'm going to stab him in the face.
Okay.
That's my opinion, but I will stand behind you 100% if you want to do it. It's a wild plan.
You don't have to go if you don't want to.
No, if we're going, I'm going, and it won't offend me.
Okay.
It won't make me unhappy. It won't be like begrudgingly, I don't want to do this, but I'm doing it. I am warning you. If we make an emotional connection with him, and we see some piece of ourselves in him, we might hesitate in the moment when it's between killing him and saving the universe. And frankly, I worry about that tiny inkling, that moment of doubt would be enough. Personally, I don't give a fuck about what his backstory is, who he is as a person, his team members. And it's not because I hate him. It's because not caring is beneficial. And keeping that distance between us is just easier for me. That having been said, I don't think it's a bad plan. I think it's a risky plan. And if you go, I will go. And like I said, it won't be begrudging. It won't be me angry. It won't be me saying this is stupid. We shouldn't. I trust you. And if the fate is going to befall one of us, I think it should befall all of us.
Part of what made me think of this was when I was controlled. Seeing Voss started snapping me out of it.
I worry that the grip that is had on him is beyond something like that. But
I think it is.
We found out later that that thing that controlled you was connected to the eye, so I could be completely wrong, and there's only one way for us to know. Petunia, what are your thoughts? If you want, I mean.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Even if just because we don't know what we would care about if we knew him, I don't think changes the fact that it would be right to try, because you never know. You never know if you missed something important.
Sure. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
V?
I'm kind of leaning towards Harold, actually. It does make it a lot easier to make that decision, and I know it's. I don't know. I shouldn't be the one to make the decision on this.
It's all of us making a decision.
I know. I just. If it's for the greater good, maybe we should take out variables that would make us hesitate in the moment.
Not just ignorance out of bliss at this point.
It's ignorance out of necessity.
I just want to make one thing clear. I'm not saying that we probably won't kill him.
No.
I'm saying that this is saying this after everything we learned. This can be a tool.
I will follow you wherever you go.
I will only add, this is all theoretical at this point.
Yeah.
Hypothetical.
No. I love you, Petunia.
You know.
Well, let's think about this, because we know that the spell that Mama Uwe used originally was some old variant of a spell we have currently. And how we all walked in someone's thoughts before was with a master in divination. I would like to know if she is still alive, potentially. Because if we could get 2 people working on this who are incredibly skilled in magic, I think that would hedge our bets, so to speak.
Was she at the plinth?
She should not have
Who?
been.
Master Morale was a
No.
teacher, not a cleric.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Was that Blackstaff Tower?
Got it.
So that could be a line of questioning.
We have a master.
I feel like if we just go into his head, we're going to run in to the Elder Eye.
Right.
Going into his dreams is something completely different.
That's the name of the spell. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember it. Dream, it's dream.
That makes sense.
Elves can't really be affected by it.
Yeah.
One last thing I'll throw before we decide what we're going to do. Not only does this put us at risk, it puts Mama Uwe at risk.
I am well aware of that, and I was going to explain
whether
that.
or not she's a hag, she's going to want an extreme amount of payment for this.
I've got 1,000 gold.
I don't think that money is the sort of thing that she deals in all the time.
It can't be any worse than before.
I have a payment for her for someone else, but...
I mean, we can ask and see what she would expect. Asking doesn't commit us to it. But if I'm understanding correctly, the general consensus is no.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
Oh, I thought you were saying no.
No, I was saying when push comes to shove, I'm going to kill George Forsworn.
I think we all understand that that's unfortunately
Truth.
the last option, even if it's the first option we take or the last option we take. I mean,
I think it is.
It's every world. It's life.
I think it's valuable to pursue other avenues of
You
winning.
God's dream?
No. I think this is actually a pretty good idea if we can actually make it in safely and safeguard ourselves while there. Because my worry is, like I said with Halam, that was Master Halam setting up traps and defenses to keep even more out.
I bet one of us would be able to.
But which one?
The person wearing the necklace that obfuscates them. One of us can wear that necklace, and I think we would slip past the Elder Eye's notice.
I think that's a very good idea.
I'll do it.
I want to talk to him.
If you want to, but you have,
I've been controlled by it, and he took the most important thing in the world from me. And I'm trying to think of ways to remember that he is also a victim here.
I think that's valiant.
But we don't have to. I'm just saying, if we can find another way to shield and obfuscate people.
I think it's a risky, grand idea. And I like risky.
And I like grand, so I think we're set. I just think...
All right. So we need to try to find out if there's another way that we can mimic the effect of that necklace while we are in there.
I have an aura spell that kind of prevents people from identifying you.
It has to be from perceiving you.
I might have something like that.
I mean, I have this.
Likely.
She points to the private sanctum. We could hide our bodies with this.
But we have to hide our presence.
While
in.
This man with eyes is too much for me. I cannot wait for this to be over. I can't wait to shut this creature out of this realm.
And then let's just go talk to Mama Uwe and see what she says.
Yeah, because it may be a moot point. She may not be willing to do it. Or she may know something about the dangers we don't know.
Yep, that's my thought.
It's just an idea.
One of many we'll probably have.
Right.
All of them terrible.
All of them important to
Probably.
pursue.
I will remind you that there is one other person in your party.
Yep.
We can't do this without Karina.
No, of course not.
I was kind of expecting to talk to Mama in the morning, if I'm going to be honest, because a witch is exhausted at this point.
What? Oh, okay. Yes. I didn't realize at first you were talking about yourself and...
I need to see my roommate.
I picked it up.
V got it.
Thank you, V.
I understood that reference.
And I guess Petunia is officially the Witch of Undercliff.
What?
I mean, you're probably the first and foremost most powerful mage to ever come out of Undercliff, so congratulations, Witch of Undercliff.
You just want someone to be a witch with you.
I do.
I'm trying to think if my parents would be proud of that name.
I just need to take a second because it's been a weird day for me and things hurt. I'm up and down. I'm gonna go see if my roommate's still around.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Absolutely, and if you need anything, let me know. I'll be in the closet in my room.
Do y'all want
likely.
booze? Do y'all want booze?
Yes.
All right. I'll go get booze.
Good night,
Go
Harold.
get booze. And Harold will take one last look at Petunia before he walks up the stairs and goes and sits in his room and looks at the hole in the ceiling. Or not, I guess not a hole. I think we updated it to be like a way for a bird to get in and out.
And I will say that your bed is covered in stuff. Just a bunch of just things.
Go ahead and roll D100, let's say 6 times.
Oh my god.
Shot glass? All right, first D100.
Can I make a player request?
61.
61.
All right. A necklace of gold braid with 9 knots and an ivory clasp.
Nice. 58.
a chain of rose gold and 9 tiny rose gold bells in the shape of acorns.
This is all from... You're lying.
Oh my god,
that's weird. 39.
Your hat changes into an almost replica because it's jealous.
It's like a forehead.
Not me. This is
turns into a circlet.
Not me, dude.
A ring of a dozen keys, and there are no 2 matching.
Ooh.
Okay, definitely holding on to that.
Plot twist is the jail.
26. Well,
A quill, a feather quill.
yeah, this doesn't surprise me. 73.
37.
I'm sorry, 37. 37. That's 37. Thank you, Ray.
The way that I read that on my tablet and went 73.
A document. What's on it?
Oh, I pick up the document and look, and I kind of squint at it, and it's just the newspaper about finding a masked man with a knife embedded in his head in the middle of a theater.
And it says that, but wherever it says masked man, it just says monkey.
Yeah, I was hoping that'd come up.
And it's spelled incorrectly.
M-O-N-K-E.
Yep.
Monkey.
But you also, that's the first one that sticks out to you, but there's other misspellings and other incongruencies to this.
Yep.
The last one, I think I may have already rolled that. Let me check. I did, so let me re-roll it.
No, we got a separate sheet. What was it?
Oh, 58 again.
Wow.
They said, no, baby. We got one for each ward.
Okay. A 3-lobed, like it has 3 prongs around it.
Okay.
And it is a spinning device with almost frictionless
Oh my
ball
God!
bearings in the center. There are holes in the lobes in the center with a raised disc on both sides of the device that can be held while spinning it.
That's from the Temple of God.
I
That's
want
an
a
evil
fidget
device.
spinner.
Whoa. This thing's never going to catch on.
And then as you flippantly throw this gift away, you hear, "Oh!
Oh! Hey!" And I run over and I pick up the toy, and I was like, I was just putting it down. And I put it back on the bed, and I lift my arm up for him to land on it.
He does.
Yeah. He kind of like lands, but like hops on it kind of aggressively, looking at you, his head twisted.
All right,
Yeah, he starts like head like going into your pockets and like looking for peanuts.
All right, here, hold on. And I'm going to reach around and find a, I'm sure I still have some peanuts on me from my mini journeys and mini snacks.
Sure.
Same one since you left Waterdeep.
No. Like, peanuts do go bad.
I know.
And I will find good peanuts for him and be like, here you go, buddy. The deal stands. Thank you for allowing me back into your room.
Earl.
And on top of things, I'd like you to know, even though you probably have no idea what I'm saying, I got rid of the otter. That's for you.
Earl.
And I stroke him a few times, and I set him down with the peanuts. I sit down on the bed, and after like taking a few seconds to like really let everything sink in, Harold just starts crying. It's a mix of emotions. He's happy, Earl's okay. It's nice to be back in his home, but his room feels so empty and lifeless without Petunia's feelings for him. And he just like is just trying to get it out now so he can go back to the facade later.
And with that, Harold just releasing himself to be himself, taking off the mask, if you will. And the rest of you settle down.
Do you want to know, where does Petunia go?
I was actually going to, Petunia, why don't you sleep in my bed tonight?
I have a bench.
Or we can all go to Venley's mansion and have a
Petunia's going through a
sleepover.
hard time. Petunia's going through a hard time.
I don't know. I didn't think about that. I wonder why.
Come on up. I'll put my bedroll out.
Okay.
Finley picks up the energy that they've kind of talked about it, and she's like, her eyes flicking between them, like, I hope one of them lets something slip. And then she just gives up on it and puts a hand on Petunia and says, whatever happened, you're still one of the greatest mages I've ever met.
Thanks. She's kind of had her fist closed this whole time, and she'll open it, and there's the little rings in her palm, and she just kind of looks at it for a long time. You think I'm good enough to remember?
Eventually, yes. I don't think there's a single thing in this universe that a hag could do to you and you wouldn't find a way to reverse it.
Even so.
Thank
you.
I think with a little luck, you'll get there.
And even still, as grating as Harold can be, he's
you need to finish that statement because you have left it on a very bad place.
I'm sorry, I've had 3 bottles of wine. So as I was saying, she continues and she just begins to ramble about everything Harold has done to help her since she has come to Waterdeep. Not in a way of like, hey, I want you to fall in love with this man, but of like, hey, if anything, he's a good guy.
I have a friend. And let me just tell
He'd
you.
be perfect for you.
Have you met Harold?
Well, yes, I know all these things. That I mean, not that much, but I knew he was a good person. It's just the. There's a lot of the past with him in it that just feels really muddy.
Yeah.
Even if I know what I know.
Petunia, did you have another ring?
Other than the one that I...
Yeah, did you get 1 or 2 rings?
It's a gorgeous ring, by the way.
I just got 1.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
It's just... It was just a thought I had.
Well, I mean...
Because if you got 2 and you gave the one for yourself away, that might have given away what was tied to it.
Maybe. Maybe I just...
Right. I think hag.
Oh, fuck hags.
Right. Cheers.
Huh.
V, we're drinking.
Drinking, V.
All right, she comes down and joins, and it's just like, all right.
With no dexterity.
Yeah, no, she tumbles down the stairs.
Maybe getting her drunk is a bad idea.
But the drink is fine all the way down
no,
the
drink,
stairs.
I've kept the drink perfectly level the entire time as I fall down the stairs, because priorities.
Yeah.
She said it's strength to do that.
It does take strength.
Like one of those guys that falls in a pool.
Acrobatics is
Yep.
dexterity. So never mind.
I once watched someone fall down a flight of stairs and just reached out and grabbed the pitcher out of their hand and watched them fall down the stairs.
Beautiful.
I'll
I'm a
take
good
another
person.
bottle. It's harder to... It takes a lot more for me.
Well, here, drink this one.
Thank you.
And as the
Leaf was mad.
4 of y'all relax at home for the first time in a long time. Whether it's good feelings or not, it's still home. And eventually you all make your way to your various rooms, through a door in a closet, into a mansion for some. And
I have so much room for all my mini little undeads to run around.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they can play with all the devils.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they're waking up in the morning to all of the undead ballroom dancing with the devils in the foyer.
It's funny.
Sorry, continue.
But I think with that, you all can long rest, and I think that is a perfect place to end the session.
Agreed.
I think so too.
That was a long time coming for that.
Been a while since we had a really heavy roleplay session with just the crew. It was really great. Well done.
Make sure to enter hashtag Eldritch for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Eldritch Foundry.
Aw. I lost my temporary hit points.
Yes.
V, let's have a chat.
Let's go.
Oh, that was a night.
Like, what do I even prepare?
So I am guessing just by how the pit was described that Logan came up with that and sent it to you guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It is
yeah.
the most
Logan
and it is so fucking.
I know, right?
Like, is it not just fucking cool? It's fucking cool.
It's so good.
100%. Yeah, we were like, hey, this is what we have. This is what's going on. What has Boss been doing? And he was like, oh, let me send you 5 pages.
Yeah. It was like, y'all don't even know the half of it.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And then we showed up and was like, yeah, we did everything we needed to do. Tell me about your business. He told us about his business. And then we went, all right, so here's what actually happened while we were on the road.
Shut. No fucking way.
Fuck up.
So Harold did not get greeted by his stuffed animal because it was gifted.
Yeah.
The winner of the Eldritch Foundry giveaway
is Otter This World.
I saw them in the chat earlier.
Oh my god. So just in case they don't know. Just in case they don't know, the stuffed otter only spoke in otter-related puns.
Yep. Oh, it's so good.
So it's so perfect.
It's so good. It's so good.
Make sure that your whispers are open so that we can reach out to you and get you that information.
Yeah, and I promise I'll get those sent out. I'm so far behind.
Well, one more special shout out to Thomas, who I met today. You're a super cool guy. You were very nice, and thank you for watching the show.
Yeah, if you see us out in the wild, say hey, and we'll say hey back.
Also, this arc is going to be a wild ride for you, buddy, I bet.
All right.
Be excellent to each other.
May you always roll with advantage. Good night, everybody.
Good night.